And they're off in the Monday opener. There goes Maddie's Express for the lead. To the inside, Ribbons and Medals is there as well. Along the rail is Sneeds, and between there is Gandy Dancing. These four have opened up 2 lengths on Conformist, who's fifth, just outside of Ringgood and Brajol, where he usually is at the back, already 8 lengths from the lead. Mad scramble on up front. Gandy Dancing's there through a 23-1 opening quarter. In between there is Ribbons and Medals. Far outside, Maddie's Express as they race around the far turn here at Finger Lakes. On the outside, Conformist just moved into fourth past Ringgood. Along the rail, Sneeds. Brajol trying to rev up from the back. He's still 9 from the front. Ribbons and Medals struck the lead there through a half in 47-1. Gandy Dancing battles right back. Maddie's Express is 3 wide. 5 wide Conformist. Brajol is flying down the center of the course. They come to the 8th hole. It's Ribbons and Medals. Here's Maddie's Express. Here's Brajol. Ringgood up the rail at a huge price. Brajol struck the lead there at the 16th hole. And Brajol and Rafael Rohina Jr. are on their way to an opening win by a length and 3/4. 5 cents. Race 2 comes up next. Kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch to 5, Car Lady. Race 2, scratch to 5, Car. And they're off. There goes Coffee Futures for the lead. Wine Trail outside. The gray Ruxton Rocks moves forward and into second. Along the rail, there's Stay Home Mama. And the trailer is Melissa's Smile, but she's just 3 lengths from the lead. A compact bunch led by Coffee Futures. She has it, 3 parts, now a length. Ruxton Rocks alternating with Wine Trail in second and third. Stay Home Mama's along the rail, fourth, 5 lengths from the front. And just to her outside is Melissa's Smile. An easy opening quarter there, 25-2, set by Coffee Futures. Ruxton Rocks, Luis Perez has a good hold of her. She's a length and a half from the front, shadowed by Wine Trail as Rafael Rohina Jr. looks to sweep the early double. 2.5 more to Stay Home Mama, who's a half length to the good of Melissa's Smile. They went the half in 49-2, so they picked it up there. 49-4 rather. Coffee Futures has opened up a 4-length lead. Coffee Futures, Ruxton Rocks in pursuit now. Perez gives her the green light. Stay Home Mama moves up along the inside as Wine Trail fades from the scene. Nothing yet from Melissa's Smile. Midway on the turn, Coffee Futures. The lead is down to a length and a half. Ruxton Rocks creeps closer through 3/4 and almost 1/16. They come off the turn and they're into the stretch. And Coffee Futures has been there from the start. Ruxton Rocks her gray shadow now, and she ratchets up the pressure. Stay Home Mama's produced in the middle of the pack, and on the far outside's Melissa's Smile. Ruxton Rocks trying to get by Coffee Futures. Stay Home Mama picking them up and laying them down at the 16th pole. Stay Home Mama runs away from Ruxton Rocks and wins the second by 2. Then it was Ruxton Rocks, Coffee Futures, and Melissa's. And it's the Ladyfinger Stakes, worth over $98,000. Here are the changes for the remaining races with that pick 6 carryover. Here in race 3, a rider change for the 4 Mischief Lady to Dylan Davis. And they're off in the Ladyfinger Stakes. From the outside, Princess Mischief now. Stone Smuggler goes to the lead. Splitting those 2 is Mischief Lady. 3 of them, the 3 Honest Mischiefs, are going at it early. Idle Gossip. Jeremiah Flores has a handful of his filly. He's 4 lengths from the front. The 2 at the back are Who's Got the Tip, who's just behind Triple Sweet. Stone Smuggler, 22-1. They rip through the slop here for an opening quarter. Tracked by Mischief Lady. Idle Gossip tries to move up at the rail with Princess Mischief. Then it's a long way back to Triple Sweet. And Who's Got the Tip? Stone Smuggler. Kaibakoa just sitting on her, ready to roll off the turn and into the stretch. It's Stone Smuggler a length. Idle Gossip up the inside. Honest Mischief Lady and Princess Mischief are there. They're coming to the 8th pole. Stone Smuggler's still there. Mischief Lady, Princess Mischief, Idle Gossip trying to split those 2. But at the 16th pole, Stone Smuggler's running up the score. And she's going to win the Ladyfinger and her maiden by 4 at the end. Then it was Mischief Lady. Close for third. Idle Gossip got it over Princess Mischief. Final time for the Ladyfinger Stakes. $2.1840. $2 exact to 2-4, 15.20. 50-cent try. 245, $9.15. And the 10-cent super. 2456. $2.65. And they're off. Investment grade shows first. There's Comfortable Cat to the inside. Christmas dinner, and now mixing up Laughter from the inside. And Kevin Navarro guns Laughter to the lead, and she makes it. It's Laughter a half length. Investment grade on the chase in second. Gap of 3 to Comfortable Cat, who is in third. To the outside, there's Wabonzi. Splitting them is Betty Rubble. 3 more back to Christmas Dinner, who was trying to be a part of the early fray. The 2 at the back are the New Miami in Sweet Invasion, 22-4. Laughter moving right along here. Investment grade in hot pursuit in second. Then we come back to Comfortable Cat. Rafael Rohina Jr. trying to motivate her. Wabonzi's to the outside. Up the rail comes the New Miami from the back. Off the turn and into the stretch. Investment grade outside of Laughter, trying to get to her through a half, and 47-2. Laughter still there. Investment grade still comes at her. Christmas Dinner down the center. The New Miami's there as well. Deep stretch. Laughter trying to hang in there. Investment grade's been trying to run her down for 5 furlongs. Laughter and Investment grade. Laughter, ahead. Then it was, and the winning pick 4, 50-cent pick 4, $91.87. Race 5 comes up next. It kicks off today's pick 5. Stone out of order. In the gate. And they're off in the 5th. From the outside, Stars Delight and Heeman Harkey show first. There's Like a Rolling Stone in second. To the inside is Bavarian Cream. 2 lengths back, that's Unicorn Cake. And at the back of the pack, it's Shelley. Up front, Stars Delight, a 2.5 length lead over Bavarian Cream. They went the opening quarter in 22-3, blazing right along at Stars Delight. Like a Rolling Stone moves up. Bavarian Cream's there. Unicorn Cake. Shelley's gotten closer. She's still 6 from the front as the field makes their way midway on the far turn. Stars Delight trying to upset the apple cart at 17-1. Has a 3/4 of a length lead. Here comes Unicorn Cake on the outside, Like a Rolling Stone, revving up 3 wide, and from the back, it's Shelley. Stars Delight takes him to the 8th pole. She has a 2.5, 3-length lead. Unicorn Cake took a shot, no good. Like a Rolling Stone, and Shelley trying to come get Stars Delight, who ran them off their feet at 17-1. Stars Delight, a wire-to-wire winner. Shelley for the plate. I'm Super, 7126, $27.50. And the 50-cent pick tree, 287, 109.50. Race 6 comes up next. It's the start. And they're off. From the outside, Alpha Sunny in the pink shows first. They're all there, really, in a line. Emerging now, there goes the firster, Violent Swing. On the far outside is Raleigh St. Clair. 5 Destinations is at the rail in 4th. Between rivals there is Bustino Santino. Then we come back to with Dashing Speed, and at the back, Solo Flight, the other firster, not really handling the going that well. The field makes their way along the far turn through an opening quarter of 23. Violent Swing goes at it with Alpha Sunny. Raleigh St. Clair produced with a 3-wide bid as 5 Destinations rides the rails in 4th. As the field makes their way to the quarter pole, they're 3 across the track. And now Raleigh St. Clair emerges with a short lead, trying to battle back his Violent Swing. But Raleigh St. Clair takes him off the turn and into the stretch through a half in 47-1. Violent Swing comes right back at the 8th pole. Violent Swing and Raleigh St. Clair. It looks like it's down to the 2 favorites. Violent Swing reemerges with the lead, and Violent Swing starts to open up from Raleigh St. Clair. Good looking debut here. Violent Swing was ready to rumble at first asking. He won it by 3. Plus aspirant stakes for the 2-year-old colts and geldings. Scratch to 1, Brink, and a rider change for the 4, Boston Tony into Dylan Davis. Scratch to 1, Dylan Davis rides the 4. Post time for race 7, the aspirant stakes. And they're off in the aspirant stakes. Archer's Assault was off slowly. Soon to be king, there's Boston Tonian for the lead. Boston Tonian and Dylan Davis scoot out to a 2-length lead. Cast a coin from the outside draw, moves into second, just past Soon to be king, who's 3rd. 4th today is Mr. Sugar Daddy. He's 6 from the front and backing up just a bit here as Jeremiah Flores took a look behind him. King's Leap just moved past him at the 4th. Then we come back to Don Luis. Yohida Moneymaker and Archer's Assault trails. 22-3 the opening quarter. Boston Tonian is 3 in front. On the far outside, here comes a big rally from King's Leap. as Soon-to-be King has made his way to the inside. Between's cast a coin. Dropping back is Mr. Sugar Daddy. From the back, Don Luis at a big price trying to chime in. Off the turn and into the stretch. Through a half and 46 and 1. Bostonian, Soon-to-be King, Eric Cancel just maneuvered him off the inside, and he's got dead aim at Bostonian. It's down to the two favorites. Bostonian's almost home. Soon-to-be King took a run at him, but Bostonian flicked him away, and Bostonian's going to win the aspirant by 2.5. Then it was Soon-to-be King. King's Leap. Good run from Don Luis. $2 at the 4-8, $6.90. 50-cent try, 483, $3.55. And the dime super, 4-8, 3-5, $8.57. And they're off in the Leon Reed Memorial. Rodney did not get off to the best of beginnings. He broke last and now rushes up. Ladies Golden Guy has the lead. Here comes Rodney, but Ladies Golden Guy has already established a 2.5 length lead. Andre Warrior and Rodney sidling up alongside in second. It's a gap of 5 to the Institute. Tacony Rhodes trying to get past him along the inside. Then we come back to Pompous Prince and Allure of Money Trails, 22 and 4 opening quarter, and now Rodney has fought his way to the lead. He's got in front of Super Long Shot, Ladies Golden Guy, and Rodney has opened up a length and a half, now 2.5 lengths. Rodney's starting to run away from the Long Shot one-time leader. The Institute's out of fourth and moving into third, about to pass Ladies Golden Guy along the inside. Tacony Road, the half was in 45 and 2. Rodney Worry goes to work. The Institute bearing down at him down the center of the track as the field comes to the 8th pole. Rodney, the Institute, is his only challenger, and he's a half a dozen from Rodney, who's pouring it on here at the 16th pole. Rodney, bad beginning and all, is going to crush him in the Leon Reed Memorial. He won it by 6 at the end. Then it was the Institute and Tacony Road and Ladies Golden Guy. 2631, $20.02. 6 of 6, pick 6, $1 pick 6, 6 of 6, $4,764.50. And they're off in the finale. There goes Double Vision for the lead. Challenged by He Is Bonafide and Warrior's Revenge, 3 wide, a length and a half off him in third. Between horses, there's Play Ball in fourth. A hustling John Berrios trying to get Massey Hall into the action from fifth. Then we come back to the inside. That's Town Jack. Tuck a buck away. Has one beaten. It's Masked Marauder. He is bonafide at a big price. Trying to shake away from Double Vision. Another long shot. 22 and 3. They ripped through that opening quarter. In the offing, Warrior's Revenge and Kevin Navarro. He's starting to ask Warrior's Revenge now, and he's not accelerating just yet. The field makes their way off the turn and into the stretch, and He Is bonafide. Nazario Alvarado looking to spring an upset here at over 20 to 1 in the finale. They have a length and a half lead. Warrior's Revenge trying to level off and go get him now. They're coming to the 8th pole. It's still He Is bonafide. A piece of equipment came off there. Warrior's Revenge still trying to get him. 16th pole. He Is bonafide, hands and knees. Here's Warrior's Revenge. He Is bonafide. Warrior's Revenge. He Is bonafide. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Tuesday afternoon here in Farmington. 9-race card on tap. No carryover in the pick 6. They hit it yesterday. Track is fast. Trying to get to 70 degrees today. I don't know if we're going to make it. It's about 65 right now. Plenty of cloud cover. A little breeze coming in from the south. Not a lot of changes today. You can head over to fingerlakesgaming.com to download your free PPs. Play along. Pick 4 is races 1 and 6. Pick 5, race 5. And, of course, the pick 6 starts in race 3. Dollar pick 6, no carryover. Here are the changes for today's races. Nothing in the first, which starts the early double and early pick 4. Nothing in race 2. Race 3 starts the $1 pick 6. There's no changes in race 3 or in race 4. If we turn to race 5, we'll start that 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the 4. Hashtag winning. Race 5, scratch the 4. Hashtag winning. No changes in race 6. That starts the late pick 4. Or in race number 7, which kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. If you'll turn to race 8, we'll start the late double. There's a rider change for the 5, Jay's Love, to Amin Castillo. Amin Castillo rides the 5, Jay's Love, in race number 8. And in the finale, race 9, these scratches. Take out the 2, Trap the Dream, and the 5, Honor Among Men. Scratch the 2, Trap the Dream, and 5, Honor Among Men from race 9. Told you there wasn't a lot. Free PPs at fingerlakesgaming.com. A fast track. Pick 4s in races 1 and 6. Pick 5 in the 5th. $1 pick 6 starts in race number 3. Post time for the openers. Just about an hour away, right after 1 p.m. Coming up next, the Tuesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, set to do another 9-race card. What a day we had yesterday. We had the 3 stakes races, that full 9-race card yesterday, and yeah, probably the most speed-dominant track we've had all year. Not the first couple races, but as the day went on, probably from the 3rd race on, man, it was tough to close on that racetrack. So the speed types really had a big advantage. If you're handicapping and betting later, take good notes from yesterday's card as far as who was trying to rally on that wet track. That was clearly speed bias for a lot of the day. It actually produced a couple long shots. We'll talk about the stakes winners, but the interesting thing was what made the value. I mean, he is bona fide in the last race. Hector Garza, man, that was Naz aboard. Just taking advantage of the track. Odds of 23-1. Then earlier in the day, it was the Niz and Torelli with Stars Delight. He-Man Harkey aboard that one. Gate to Wire taking advantage of the racetrack. I don't expect it to be the same today as we were a day later. It was a track that just got wet. It was sealed, and yeah, the first couple of races actually closers did win, but as the day went on, it got strong, that speed bias. Anyway, as far as the stakes winners are concerned, we had our big 2-year-old races yesterday. Boston Tonian, what a good race that was. Dylan Davis rode a good race. He sent that horse right from the front to beat the other speed to the lead. And he knows his stuff. He's following how the racetrack's playing. And he got the win for Wesley Ward. That was a pretty good one anyway. Won a maiden race down at Churchill Downs, was up against New York Breds. The money was right on that one. Money was also right in the Lady Finger Stakes as Stone Smuggler took advantage of the track as well and got the jump on some of the other ones in that race. and Georgie Abreu was the winner of that one. The Leon Reed was the $50,000 stakes at the end of the day, towards the end of the day. We had a couple scratches in there. Jack and Bernie will see him again later in the year. And with the scratches, Rodney just whistled. I can't believe that horse was even money in that race. I mean, with those scratches, the horse should have been 1-9. But hey, some value that was your single yesterday. I think a couple of the plays, the pick 5, pick 6 got hit. Even with the long shot in the last. Now we'll see how it plays today. Should be a drying out track. We got a fast track. I should say drying out. It's fast now. Just hoping for a little less rain. Going to be cool though. Going to be in the high 60s for most of the race day. Cloudy and cool. Well, we got 9 races. So the first race, we're going to start it off with an optional claiming starter allowance, going 5.5 furlongs. Good competitive race to start it off. I guess the big question for me is, how good is Bayou Melody? Now we know who the speed is. Determined Love is the short distance specialist. She's going to get out there. She's quicker than I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, so she'll be out there. And man, it's just a matter of holding on. 5 furlongs, you got to take her on top. 5.5, depending on the track. If the track's like yesterday, Determined Love is going to win race number 1. It's that simple, as long as she breaks and gets to the front. On a fair track, it may make it interesting. You notice when she's gone 5.5 before, she gets a little bit tired. But 4.5, 5 furlongs, the short distance specialist makes it tough. And that's the key to the race. Obviously it's her race to lose on the front end. She was probably hoping for the off track with that breeding, but she doesn't get it. I'm interested to see how good Bayou Melody is and how far back Bayou Melody is going to be early. Now, her numbers aren't better than most of the field, but she's winning so easily in her first 2 starts. I know she didn't beat anything her first start of the year, or I should say her second start of the year when she did win off the $5,000 race. And then the last time was so impressive. I know it wasn't the strongest of fields, but she won that race effortlessly and drew away probably the best I've seen her. So, this is a much tougher field. I mean, she's moving to this conditional starter, but man, if this horse keeps running the way she has, like I say, you got to chase down Determined Love. That's the key to the race. I mean, Determined Love is probably the fastest, cheaper claimer you'll see here at Finger Lakes, probably the fastest. So you're going to have to run her down. It's just a question of running her down at 5.5. At 4.5, you're not going to catch her. At 5.5, you might be able to. Another interesting one is the one Sweet Shallots. Sweet Shallots maybe found a different running style trying to close late. Seems like her last 2 best efforts, she was coming from out of it. Now, you got to be careful with that when you got a speedball on the front end who doesn't always stop. But I liked the last race for Sweet Shallots. I mean, she was rolling against Special Pal. Now, the Special Pal would be interesting in here with Determined Love in the race, but Special Pal is better than anybody in this field. So that's a good effort for Sweet Shallots. You also got Holiday Jazz, who might be up against it at 5.5 with her running style too, but at least Sweet Shallots is the one that can lay a little bit closer and try to chase down Determined Love. I used Determined Love for 3rd. They say if the track's like yesterday, she's going to win. But at 5.5, and just assuming it's a fair track, it might make it interesting. I'll also throw in Saloon Girl for Nurka Huertas. I mean, this horse has probably improved, and she has gone short before. I mean, she's found more of a niche when she gets the lead in routes. She's awfully tough. But her last race, she didn't get the lead in that route, and she still ran okay. She still hung around to be 4th. So she cuts back in distance, should have some punch, but it should be an interesting first race. I mean, catch Determined Love if you can. You know, maybe it takes a little out of her trying to clear. I Know You Ain't Talking. I don't think so. I think she's a lot faster than that rival. But it could make it interesting if she has to go too fast early and they come and get her. You get a gauge from these first 2 races how this track's going to play today, if it's anything like most of the card yesterday. An 11-9 maiden claimer is the second. goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, another interesting race. I mean, I thought the first couple races were probably a couple of the best betting races just because there's no standouts. I mean, this one is going to come down to the trip. And here's one where I hope speed might be okay because the way I look at it, everybody's about equal in this field as far as these maidens. I mean, some of them come out of the same race. The race won by Champagne Surprise, who ran absolutely huge. I mean, that one was well bred to go longer, but that one got left at the gate and came absolutely flying late. Looked like I'm a lot of lady was going to win the race. Then here comes this one from the clouds to catch them all. It's a matter of pace for me in here too. I mean, I think Banker's Rose Gold can get the lead in here over the other speed. I mean, yeah, some of these horses have shown some kind of tactical speed in their races, but Banker's Rose Gold seems to have the best early speed, and she's shortening up to 5.5 furlongs, and that could be the key. She comes out of that 6 furlong race where they all were just in the race. She stopped, but that was 6 furlongs. And it wasn't like she stopped that badly. It does say she broke slow. She didn't break that badly at all. She just was a little slow getting to the front, but she didn't break bad. 5.5 today. Maybe she can hold on without Champagne Surprise coming to get them. But yeah, it's a pretty evenly matched group here. I am going to throw in the first time starter. It's, you know, you don't normally like the horses starting at 11-9 because of the purse difference for the special weights because you get that extra New York bred money. But this was pretty well bred. A little, obviously with the Yanaguska, more bred for the route on the dam side. The dam herself, 8 of her 11 wins were in routes. But some decent works for Chiruni, and because she's not in a maiden special weight, it should be an easier field that if she could run a little bit, she could be a factor in here. I said, I'm a lot of lady has hit the board all of her last 4 starts at this level. So how do I not use her in the top 3 or 4? I have to. But there's a question mark as far as the distance. I know she did run third or previous 2 starts at 5.5, but she's going to have some work to do, especially with the lack of pace in here. Like I said, Banker's Rose Gold looks to be the speed of the race. If she stops, if speed's not like yesterday, here comes I'm a lot of lady to make that move. And she probably thought she was the winner. I mean, Carlos Camilo probably thought he had a winner there, and he should have. It's just the horse that beat him was just so good, was too good for that field. I'm surprised that horse didn't get claimed. But I'm a lot of lady. I'm going to use for third. For fourth, I'll throw in Nurse Bunny. She was also in the mix last time. I thought I'm a lot of lady ran a better race than she did. She was up close, but she did pass Banker's Rose Gold, and she could stay close up in this paceless field. That if that one stops a little bit again, Nurse Bunny's going to get first run on the rest of them. Close race, I went with a 4-1-7-5. In a difficult puzzle, the second, might as well go with the speed at 5.5. All right, third race starts the pick 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in here as well. Yeah, I mean, you got some speed in here. Tasty Wave has been aggressive lately in sprints. Bad Connection really only has one way of going in sprints. I thought Ramon could get a trip from that 2 post because Tasty Wave's going to get out there, and so is Bad Connection. She's going to have that nice inside pocket trip in race number 3. It's just a matter of does she want to win. I mean, she started with Stars. That turned out to be a pretty decent field that she beat at going 6 furlongs. 5.5 is a little different for her. I don't know. She doesn't always do as well, but she always hits the board against this type of competition. And you look at her last race, the race was won by Hypnocurrency. Hypnocurrency just came back, ran a good second in an allowance race the other day. And the horse that was second, Maggie's been tough in those distance series conditions in the 5,000s. That Ramon only getting beat a couple lengths in that field was a good effort. It might be good enough to get a right kind of trip to beat these horses. Second choice of the morning line, but I'm going to use her as my top choice in here. Let's Maga's a logical horse in here. I don't know if they know what to do with her as far as her running style. That's what worries me about her. she's versatile. You could go to the lead or you could sit off. But lately, they've been trying to sit off a little too much because it worked for her the day that it was a strong outside closer day that she upset the field from far back. And that was 6 furlongs though. At 5.5, I think she needs to be in the race a little more, and she might get a trip too. I mean, with the speed, she could sit right off of it. But I think she got beat last time because she was a little too far back again. She probably should have won that race. And her last race before, well, she's not going to be make a joyful noise, but again, they turned her into a closer, and she should be versatile depending on the race flow. So we'll see what they do today. I think the right kind of trip's going to get her to the winner's circle, though. And this is her distance. 5 of her 6 wins have come at 5.5. Trivia has got to be used here. I think Trivia was affected by a little bit of a layoff. Had been off since July. So, but she wasn't badly beaten in that race. She's got tactical speed, which also could put her in a good position in this 5.5 furlong race. She's got a couple wins at 5.5. Again, she wasn't that badly beaten in that race. No real visible excuse except for maybe the couple-month layoff. So, I mean, these horses are no strangers to each other. Reiterate has been facing tougher before dropping to 5 last time. She didn't get the best of trips, but she got beat by these horses. So it's hard to like her if she's the favorite in here. But she must be respected because she has faced tougher. And she's trained by Tim Murphy, who's having a career year. 2, 3, 4, 6 in the third. Remember, that race starts the $1 pick 6. I think he got hit yesterday. Paid pretty well. Okay, fourth race. Remember, pick 5 starts in the 5th because of the 9 race card. So the fourth race, we're going to have an exacta try, super, daily double, and pick 3 starting in here. Man, this has been a puzzle of a card today. Yeah, good 2-year-old filly maiden race here in the 4th. And, yeah, a lot of question marks with some of these horses. I mean, Light Pan Law was 1-2 in her first start. She got beat. That's concerning if you're taking her at a short price today because this might actually be a tougher field. You got the entry for My Purple Ace Stable. Chickazteca returns after getting off slow at Saratoga. They thought enough of her to take her to Saratoga. You got a pretty good firster, well-bred firster, and Honorable Becky for Bill Bartlett. You got, mentioned Light Pan Law was the beaten favorite. The 4-horse, Princess Fiona, for all you Shrek fans. This one's out of a multiple stakes winner. Who won the Arctic Queen here. That one goes turf to dirt for this race. Remember, I Still Miss You. I remember that horse winning the Arctic Queen here at Finger Lakes. I would look for a little value. I know how good Anthony Ferraro has been this year. It seems like not only is his horses better, he's good, he also gets the best racing luck as far as pace scenarios. It bothers me a little bit that Light Pan Law got beat last time, though. It wasn't the strongest, the 2-year-old filly field. I mean, looking at the breeding and some of these horses, this field might be tougher. I mean, keep in mind, that race, he got a 21 buyer. I don't know if a 21 buyer is going to win this race, so Light Pan Law's got to improve off that race. Just, he might be able to do so. But I like the way... Not that Chickazteca earned a big number either, but I like the way Chickazteca made up a lot of ground in that race. I think that was the race the Idle Gossip was the one when she blew the turn. But this one came absolutely flying late. Obviously, she wants more distance. That's why she found herself so far back and making up that ground. But maybe a little further than that first start at 5.5 today, plus getting a couple races under her belt. I know that last race, it's night and day. Those maidens at Saratoga versus these maidens, like I said, they're getting numbers lower than our $5,000 maidens for these 2-year-olds. So I think if she could pick up some ground late here, if the track is not playing a strong speed bias like yesterday, Chickazteca could possibly win this race, and she's a 5-1. Plus, you got a stablemate that's a first-time starter who's got some credentials too. I mean, that one's a $25,000 horse out of an unraced dam who's did have a couple siblings that were multiple stakes winners. That's a Kentucky bred, so they're both Kentucky breds. Usually tougher than some of the New York bred competition in here. So I took a shot with the 1A in race number 4. Light Band Law is going to take a lot of money in here. I'd be concerned about taking too short a price unless you think that she can shake loose on this field again. I just don't have an excuse for her last time except for it was her first start. If you think she's going to improve off of that race, then take the short price. You got to use her. I mean, she was coming in with bullets for that first start. Honorable Becky's an interesting one. More bred for the turf on the dam side. I'm looking at how much they paid for this horse. First of all, it's a $70,000 yearling. The dam cost $275,000 back when she was a yearling. She's a half to Kentucky Ghost, who was a stakes winner. But again, that one a turf. A lot of turf on the dam side. Not necessarily the sire side, but the dam side. But this one does come in with the bullet work. So real interesting horse. Maybe watch the board a little bit on Honorable Becky for Bill Bartlett. Man, 6-1 early versus these 2-year-old fillies. Watch the board. Now I'll use Princess Fiona for 4th. I mean, this one's out of that multiple stakes winner. Her first start, can you really go by anything off of that? I mean, that's a tough maiden special weight field at Saratoga on the turf. I know she's a little better bred for the turf, but not that strongly that she should be able to run well against these 2-year-old fillies on the dirt here. So I'm going to go with the 1A, 2, 6, and 4 in a really tricky 2-year-old filly race in the 4th. 5th race starts to pick 5. Scratch the 4, hashtag winning. That must be a Charlie Sheen reference. Hashtag winning. Maybe not. A lot of speed in here. I mean, you got the speed of East Coast Girl on the rail. Muggsy Malone, more route speed, but needs to be in the race. Sharp Pass has speed, but got off slowly last time. So something's got to give here. I mean, unless East Coast Girl can get the jump. I mean, that one is pretty quick from the rail. Probably the speed of the speed. Seems to be faster than some of the other speed in here. I still think 6 furlongs, you might want to close. And there's no closers in the race. I mean, you got a couple horses that like to stalk type. Uncle George is more of a stalker, not really a closer. Grey Wing likes to be close. I don't know about how much he passes horses, but I like his form. I mean, he's been facing tougher in a sense, where he's hitting the board against horses like Pompous Prince, who was a little overmatched in the stake yesterday. Ran second, though, to Pompous Prince. Then ran a good second against Saratoga Banker, who's a pretty good one in the 1 allowance race the next start. And then was just, you would think, way overmatched at the Saratoga race, but actually ran very well to run 3rd. Actually seems to run better at Saratoga in New York than does here at Finger Lakes. But does hit the board 4 out of 5 at Finger Lakes and has caught some really tough groups. It also has had some bad racing luck in the past when he's been here. If you remember, he had some trouble getting out of the starting gate when he was here before, going back to last year. Nice works since the August race at Saratoga, and I'm going to give him a slight edge here because I think he doesn't need the lead. I'm just hoping he can pass horses late, especially if East Coast Girl is out there pretty easy on the front end. I don't think he will be, though. Uncle George, maybe the closer in the race that has been proven that he can pass horses. I just don't like to call him a closer because the horse has speed. He just has had some success with a little more stalking style. He did find himself 3 or 4 lengths back on a good track back in June and ended up closing the win. So you know that he can sit and make a run, and that could be an advantage here. Plus, moving to the state bred from that 3 lifetime condition, he has a good chance to make it 3 in a row. Just like Grey Wing a little bit better. Muggsy Malone's an interesting one. Now, it depends on the pace here. I mean, if East Coast Girl gets an easy lead in the tracks like yesterday, it might be a different story. But Muggsy Malone cuts back in distance after a couple routes. Looked good winning a route race at Thistledown and just didn't fire at all first start over this track, but running into convertible freeze. You got to think that this horse is better than what he showed last time. I mean, he's supposed to run better than what he did. I mean, he's coming out of allowance races at Thistledown. Those 2 other allowance at Thistledown are better than our 1 state breds. You would think. That's why I like this horse in that race because of that. He's supposed to run better than that when he's running against arguably tougher races than a one state bred here at Finger Lakes. But he just did not fire at all, which is surprising, off of the win against arguably tougher. Maybe something else went awry. You got every reason to forgive the race, but he cuts back in distance to a sprint and maybe can come rolling late. But you got to forgive the last effort. I'll go 6-7-3, throw in Sharpaz for fourth. I don't know what to do with Sharpaz. I mean, the horse rated for whatever reason on August 7th in a race that didn't have a lot of speed, and which gave him absolutely no chance. And then last time got a bad start and lost all chance because he had to rush up after the bad start, and that cost him. So I got excuses in a sense of the last two. Number one, he was his own excuse because of the bad tactics against Devious Banker, but the last race couldn't be helped. He got off badly, which cost him any chance in that race. So I could see a bounce back effort from Sharpaz as well. But it all depends on the pace flow, especially with East Coast Girl as the inside speed of the race. All right, let's go to the sixth. 6 of 9. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going a mile 70. It's like the draw. I mean, these races for 5,000 in these routes are going in such slow times. It's hard not to like some of the drop downs, at least if they're competitive at the maiden special weight level. Now, if they're losing by 25, 30 lengths, maybe not. But I guess Jason Liam lost by 17 lengths. That might be good enough to win this race. I mean, that's as slow as these horses have been going in the routes for 5,000. I mean, you look at the best horse that's run a route for 5,000 in this race, maybe Toast to Success, who ran a couple of good seconds for 5,000. Then you look at the times. One of those races for a mile 70 was over 150, a minute 50. For a mile 70, a minute 50. That's before, I think that was before we resurfaced. If this horse ran that, if that horse ran, that race ran now after the resurfacing, they would probably go in 154. So you look at it that way, and some of these horses are coming out of those type of races. Archivist is one. Yeah, Ida Denial ran in one of those 5,000 maiden in a route that went pretty slow. Actually ran second in a minute 50. Now you take some of these drop downs like Jason Liam and Happy Time, who are coming out of these maiden special weight races that are going in 144, 145 or quicker. Granted, losing by 6 to 10 lengths in a lot of those races, but if you do the math, I mean, if they do 149 in this race, that's good enough to win. I mean, that's 3 seconds. I mean, logic tells you that Jason Liam and Happy Time should be tougher than these 5,000 maidens just being competitive, at least semi-competitive. I don't even want to say competitive because they're not threatening to win the races, but they're in the number. I will lean of the two, because I could use both of them. Of the two, Jason Liam is inside that rival. I know Happy Time finished ahead of her the day that Jayla won. Happy Time ran second. Jason Liam ran fourth that day. But she's inside that rival. And Happy Time comes back from Colonial. Maybe a desperate move to try her on the turf, I guess, before dropping her. I just don't like the last couple races for Happy Time. It's like she's regressed. I mean, she was getting closer in the special weights, then regressed, and then tried the turf. I mean, Happy Time's better bred. I mean, it's by Run Happy. It's a Kentucky bred. But I'm thinking Jason Liam is just dropping just because. So I'm going to give her the edge over Happy Time. But obviously, if you're playing pick fives, pick sixes, I could use them both. And might even consider using Stony Lonesome, who has been running for 5, but has been running in the sprints. And the sprint races for the level are tougher than the routes. So with that said, she's enticing coming out of a race against, Stony Lonesome coming against a race against She's Enticing, who's going to run in a couple days. That race is probably good enough to beat these routers. I know it only went 114, but 114 is probably going to be the 3/4 time of this race. It's kind of how you got to look at it. Probably slower than that. Good number for the distance with Stony Lonesome. This will be the first time stretching out. It's got a big number, 366 for the distance. We saw Rachel Sells stretching out Alfgar, who was hitting the board a lot against the maidens in the sprints, stretched out, got a trip, and ended up winning the route. So Stony Lonesome kind of fits that profile, except for 5,000, that maybe the stretch out, even though she's a bust in stones, might be good for Stony Lonesome. At least on the dam side, she's very well bred to go long. They'll use Toast of Success. I mean, that's why I like the drop downs. I mean, Toast of Success ran second in the last 2 times, went long for 5,000. Now, neither one of these drop downs were in that race. Otherwise, you'd like Toast of Success today. I think you still got to use her just in case the drop downs don't fire. Her and Stony Lonesome seem to be the two that may lay over the rest of them. So I'm going to go with the 3794 in the 6. Just got to break it down with some simple logic. 7th race, a starter optional claimer, 8,000 is the tag. Goes a mile and a 16th. Good race. A lot of these races are good betting races today. Maybe a good time to take the shot at the pick 4, pick 5. And if you want to spend some money, how about the pick 6 for the $1 minimum? Tough race. Our man Mike's last race, though, was pretty impressive. Now, it could be a case of the horse running well fresh, liking the good racetrack. I don't know, but this horse exploded down the lane to beat a similar field as this one. I mean, it's basically the same field. Now, does have to carry a lot more weight. I guess that's the downside, adding 5 pounds after running with 121 last time. Will that make a difference? I don't know. If he runs the same race, those 5 pounds might not come into play. Plus, you got the stablemate, Dates Freedom, who comes back to the Ferraro barn. Obviously, the other stable couldn't get this horse to run the way he was running when Ferraro had him. And you look at the last couple of races when Ferraro had Dates Freedom, those numbers are good enough to be competitive in here. So I'm going to use a 2 entry on top. Obviously not going out on a limb, but again, that weight for our man Mike, maybe a little concerning if you're going to go against this horse because he's carrying 126 after carrying 121. Coach Bahi, again, this one's got to add weight too, not as much. I mean, he's going to carry 124 after carrying 121 last time. But you like the fact that what Buckley did with this horse, giving him a couple months off, putting a couple works into him, bringing him back fresh, and it showed. I mean, the horse really improved, went back to his past form after a couple duds. And won, and beat a pretty decent $8,000 field. Now, if he could keep that form, Coach Bahi is very logical here. Depends on the pace flow. Although this one doesn't need the lead. He likes to be in the race early, being up close. I guess the big question mark is the 4 Devil or Angel. 1 and 2 state bred. If you win a 2 state bred, you're supposed to do well in the starter. Are these starters getting so much tougher now? Now that we got those waiver claims? I don't know, because I don't know how he regressed so much. Won 2 in a row with prices, and then he's the big favorite because he's coming out of a 2 state bred to the starter. In the past, that would be considered a big drop. I guess not anymore because the horse was I think he did run a little bit of a dud. But it's still, I mean, even if he did run his race, I'm not so sure he'd beat our man Mike, who ran pretty big in there. He's also got to carry the 126. The one horse is, you got 2 for the price of 1. Joe's had enough, and Don't Poke the Cat. Obviously, Don't Poke the Cat's one of those horses that if it gets the right kind of trip and timed right, he can win, and that was the case. Louis Perez did a great job with him last time to get him up to win. Now, the previous start, going this distance, he lost to our man Mike, so he'd have to make up that ground. But maybe he improved that last race that could come back in here. I mean, both these horses are coming off short rest. They both ran on the 17th a week ago, entered right back in. But both of them ran good races. I mean, Joe's had enough, ran a huge race where Mo Trump, as speed got good at the end of the day that day, Bo Trump got loose on the lead and didn't come back. So Joe Sadoff made a nice big move around the turn and then flatten out because the speed doesn't come back. And that happens a lot. When you make an early move after the leader and the leader isn't discouraged, doesn't come back to you, a lot of times you are, and then kind of flatten out. And that's the case with Joe's Had Enough. Horse going good right now for Ilmar Loaiza. Use the entry in there as well. So we'll go to 2B, 3, 4, and 1 in the 7th. Both those entries, you get 2 for the price of 1 as it stands. Unless we get some late scratches. All right, 8th race, an allowance race for fillies and mares, never won 2 condition. Going 6 furlongs. You got a couple horses coming out of the same race. I'm looking at pace, though. It does look like She's a Freud could be the main controlling speed of race number 8. Now, just got beat by City Blocks, but She's a Freud was up close to that early pace. And could City Blocks have gotten a better trip than what she did? You talk about a horse that had no excuse. I'm a Rolling Stone, either just ran a huge race to catch his horse, or I just got no excuse for City Blocks because Louis Perez couldn't have rode her any better. I mean, he sat a trip. The speed was contentious up front. I mean, they were battling. It was pretty decent for the day. City Blocks made a move up the inside and split horses, zipped right on through, and looked like was on his way to victory. Like I said, couldn't have got a better trip than what she did last time, and she still got beat by I'm a Rolling Stone. Now, I'm a Rolling Stone might just be better, might be better than this field, but that's another one that concerns me if you're taking this horse as a big favorite, which she probably will be. Plus, the pace scenario is completely different. That race, there was like 2 or 3 of them battling on the front end. Today, it could be just She's a Freud. I know it's a little further, going 6 furlongs. It does concern me that She's a Freud didn't run well at 6 furlongs a couple races ago, back on August 26th. But she does look like the main speed, and it's just a matter of her running better today and controlling that pace, and maybe gets the win in race number 8. But you got to like City Blocks off the recent form for second. Dose Veloce is an interesting. Was claimed for 11,000. Tried this level a couple starts in a row. Wasn't that badly beaten. Ran 4th in those races both times, and just was overmatched in the Arctic Queen. So back to the allowance condition. She's got the rail. Her numbers where she's been 4th puts her in the top 3 against this field because it's a little bit easier. I'll throw in the 4. Lady Arwen for 4th. Now, this is the tricky read here because her first couple races at Saratoga as a 2-year-old are really good. Obviously, she was looking good early in her career last summer. This year, she came off the layoff. She broke badly in her first start of the year in July. Then her next start didn't break all that well, broke horribly, and was never in it. And taking some money, too. I mean, horse went off the favorite in her first start off the layoff. That's never a good play, but she did, and that's a positive sign that she did take some money in that race. So what do we expect from Lady Arwen today? Well, at least she's got a couple starts this year under her belt. Might be a case of watching the board a little bit, too. You just got to hope that she breaks better from the gate, and maybe she plays in here. I would use her as a little bit of a price if she ends up going off a price. I mean, she's 6-1 morning line. All right, last race of this competitive card. Scratch the 2, Trap the Dream. Scratch the 5, Honor Among Men. Obviously, that factors into the pace. I think the horse that benefits the most from that scratch is Stone Guitar. I'm going to go with Wahil as my top choice. Logical horse in here. Ran a good second. It was just one of those races where the race completely fell apart. Wahil made his move, but it was the deep closer, because the race came back so much, anything passable, that ended up passing him. Who rallies last rallies best when they back up like that. But Wahil ran a good race. Was claimed for 5, ran at the 11-9, ran for 5 last time. 5.5, 6 furlongs, doesn't matter. This horse runs just as good at 5.5 and 3/4. And it's been in the top 4 out of the last 5 starts. So I'm going to go with this one on top. Logical horse in here. Invaluable Will. Yeah, the pace kind of taken out a little bit for Valuable Will. But I do like the move from the outside 8 posts to what essentially is like a 3 post with Track the Dream Scratch. So could get a little better trip and save some ground in this race after being hopelessly wide last time. Valuable Will certainly plays. Now the inside speed is the one Stone Guitar, and this is an interesting long shot in here at odds of 15 to 1 morning line. The last race was not good, but had to battle in there. Didn't even really make the lead in that race. I think the scratch with Honor Among Men really helps Stone Guitar. He should have the lead from that rail position. And it could be an upset chance for Donna Beretta. Macho Maya, I'm going to throw in for 4th. Was compromised by the start last time. Has only had 2 starts this year. First start probably needed and ran into In Sky We Trust. We'll see you next week. And then, the Smoking Alone ran the race of his life, but he had a bad start that race as well. So he's another good long shot to throw into the number in a very competitive last race. I won the 9-4-1-6 in today's 9th race. Enjoy today's card. As mentioned, very competitive card. Wouldn't expect any heavy favorites of some of these races, so expect some pretty decent payouts. You're playing pick 5s, pick 4s, pick 6s. Those seem to be some of the better plays here at Finger Lakes. So we're going to continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live day will be tomorrow with the 1 o'clock first post.
The field for the Tuesday opener is making its way to the track. The 1 is Sweet Shallots with Joel Cruz. The 1A is Holiday Jazz with Heyman Harkey. The 2 is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Carlos Camillo rides. The 3 is Lindsay with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Determined Love with Cabercoa. The 5 is Bayou Melody. Kevin Navarro's in the saddle. And the 6 is Saloon Girl with Luis Perez. Early pick 4, early double start here. Post time just over 5 minutes away. Welcome to Tuesday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm tracking out to the Big A Anthony Stabile 9-race card. Pick 4s in 1 and 6. Pick 5, race $5. Pick 6 starts in race 3. No carryover. A couple of Sharpies hit it yesterday. Nice work. All right, let's get into the Tuesday action here. I'm going too deep in my pick 4 ticket. 4s and 5s, they're 2 of the favorites in here. Top pick is the 5 Bayou Melody. Back-to-back daylight scores here. The dated 1 year for 5 and then again for 11. A couple of good efforts there. And all of a sudden now John Buckley wants to protect this daughter of Cajun Breeze. I don't blame him. They were 2 big efforts, 2 of the best of her career. And she's been a consistent sort throughout, especially here at Finger Lakes. 3 wins, 4 seconds from 11 tries with a 3rd place finish. She's got tactical speed. She's fast enough to clear if she wants. She can't clear in here. That role belongs solely to Determined Love. But she's tactical enough to lay a length or so off of the speedy mare to her inside and make one run. I'll take the better price. 7-2 on Bayou Melody. The 4 Determined Love. Talking about a good season. 4 for 7 so far. And Robert Johnston's done a good job, but he even took it down a Mountaineer to win for 4,000 going 2 furlongs. She's that fast. She's, she'll throw a 22 at you almost every week. When she's able to go slower, you might as well put the money in the second dance account, because if she gets away with a 23 opening quarter or something like that, it's usually lights out. Again, 4 for 7 this year. She's 3 for 6 here at Finger Lakes. She wins. And, 7 years old now. That hasn't stopped this year. No, 6-year-old year, she was just 1 for 6, and now this year, 4 wins from 7 tries. She's going to get loose here. It's only 5.5 furlongs. A lot of 5.5 furlong races the last couple of days. Yesterday and today, 5 at that distance today, including the entire early pick 4, if I'm not mistaken. So that's to her benefit. She doesn't have to get that extra and then final 16th of a mile going the 6. Not that it's a problem, but it's a big edge for her. Like I said, the only reason I picked against her is because I wanted a little bit of a better price with Bayou Melody. And then finally, the other favorite in here, I know you ain't talking to me. She's the confusing one because her 2 best races on her card, clearly, are the 2 races going long. And they cut her back now for this optional star allowance condition. I get that. In fact, the entire field, none of these fillies or mares are in for a tag. They are all eligible for the starter condition. So, I can't say I blame them. It's just she is faster and then more effective going long. But they're going to try her in here. She's 0 for 4 at this distance. We'll see if she can overcome a couple of faster mares in Determined Love and Bayou Melody. 5-4-2 from me. Pick 4 starts here. Early double starts here. Best of luck. Don't forget 9-race card here. This pick 4 starts now. Best of luck here on Tuesday at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Tuesday openers made its way to their starting gate, and it's post time. First of 9 on this Tuesday afternoon. Sweet Shallots goes in. Here's I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. The lone filly in the race, Lindsay, goes in. She's surrounded by 6 mares, including Holiday Jazz. Here's the Speedy Determined Love. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day of the 2024 season as Bayou Melody goes in. Saloon Girl will be the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. As expected, there goes Determined Love for the lead. Bayou Melody sits second along the inside there between fillies and mares, as I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Fourth is Saloon Girl. She's 3.5 from the front, with Sweet Shallots riding the rail from her rail draw in fifth. She's just passed by her stablemate Holiday Jazz. It leaves Lindsay at the tail end, 9 lengths from the leader. It's Determined Love. Determined Love, a measured length. Up the insides, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. 3 deep is Bayou Melody through an opening quarter of 23-1. That's really easy for Determined Love, who likes things on the front end. She has a length lead. Bayou Melody tries to ratchet up the pressure. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me's under a drive, just passed by Saloon Girl. The entries 5th and 6th, Holiday Jazz, Sweet Shallots, then Lindsay. Off the turn and into the stretch through a half mile here in 46-4. Determined Love. Bayou Melody with dead aim, and Bayou Melody just went on by. Bayou Melody a length now. Saloon Girl from the back as Determined Love fades. It's all Bayou Melody past the 16th pole. A length and a half. Saloon Girl gives chase, but it's futile. Bayou Melody a length under the line in the opener. Then it was Saloon Girl, and I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Sweet Shallots rounds out the super, and 105-3. 5, Bayou Melody was first. 6, Saloon Girl second. 2, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me third. 1, Sweet Shallots finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, Bayou Melody. She's a 5-year-old daughter of Cajun Breeze, head of the song on a premiere, Haunting Melody. Bayou Melody's owned by Windy Lee Farm, LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider Kevin Navarro. And it's official. $12 exacta 5.6, 28.80. 50-cent try 5.62, 16.62. And the 10-cent super 5.6, 2.1. A nickel shy of $6. Folks, if you'll turn your attention to the winner's circle, we'd like to welcome members of Johnstone Supply. The team at Johnstone Supply spending the day with us here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Winning rider Kevin Navarro joins the fray. May your day prove most enjoyable to the team of Johnstone Supply. Race 2 comes up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in race number 2. No changes throughout the sequence. Post time for the second is in just over 21 minutes.
in the paddock for race number 2, and that was Bayou Melody. Horse is just sharp right now. That one will open up the Tuesday card as we go to the second tricky tricky maiden race, 11 to 9. We got the 2-year-old race later. This one for fillies and mares 3 and up. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this one. And obviously a competitive race. The only one not getting any kind of early play is the 6 Bella Banker. Interesting because that one had kind of the worst of the trips in that last race. It actually didn't run that badly, so she's not out of it either, as she's likely to improve off of that start after the big wide middle move that she had. Really, you can't discount anybody in this race. I was just looking more of the pace of the race more than anything when I came up with the 4 Bankers Rose Gold. She looks like the speed of the race, and she shortens up in distance from 6 furlongs to 5.5. And that could make all the difference. It does say she broke slow. She didn't really break that badly. She was a little sluggish at the start as far as getting out to the front. But with a really sharp start today, she could get out there at 5.5, and she'll be the one they have to catch. So see if she can hold on. Again, just a slight edge that I'm giving to her. She's at 5-1 morning line right now at odds of 9-2. First time starter is the 1, Charuni, who is out of a dam that was mostly a router, a Cherokee Trick. 8 of her 11 wins were going long. Obviously, she's by Yanaguska, so that route breeding is on the dam side. But she has a steady amount of works and comes in with a decent work in the morning on September 9th. So obviously a capable barn with these first-time starters and not the strongest of 11 to 9 field. Is getting a little bit of early play. That's a positive sign for Charuni. The 7 horses, Amalata Lady. Obviously, a few of them come out of the same race. A race that was won in impressive fashion, by the way, by Champagne Surprise. That one got left at the gate and came absolutely flying in the last stages of the race. It looked like Amalata Lady was going to win that race, but that horse came from the clouds after the bad start to get the victory and was just much the best. So Amalata Lady plays again. She does have to go a little bit shorter, 5.5, and different pace scenario today as well, as it doesn't look like there's much in here. But she almost always rolls against this type of competition. Nurse Bunny, he makes the same case for. She'll be closest to, or at least one of the closest to, Bankers Rose Gold early. At 6 furlongs, she was able to pass her. Not sure if she'll be able to do that at 5.5. But she's kind of knocking at the door with a couple third-place finishes in a row. She's another one to consider, at least to make the number in race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this wide-open second race. Got about 7 minutes to post.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. Here's the 2, Brooklyn Rosie, with Anthony Rodriguez. The 3 is Lady Eloise, with Kevin Navarro looking to sweep the early double. The 4 is Bankers Rose Gold, Jackie Davis rides. The 5 is Nurse Bunny with Jeremiah Flores. The 7 is Amalada Lady, Carlos Camillo's in the saddle. The 1 is Charuni with Andre Wari. And the 6 is Bella Banker with Rafael Rohina Jr. Okay, just off the pace win for Bayou Melody in the opener, keeping the trend of the front-running victories yesterday. The first couple of horses came from off the pace yesterday, and then the track, as it dried out, kind of changed. Speed reigned supreme, and it's starting, looks like you want to be forward from the latter part of yesterday already into the first today. Nurse Bunny has tried this level twice, couple of third-place finishes. She should get a good trip just off of Banker's Gold, who showed plenty of speed last time. And quite frankly, there's not much else going on in here on the front end. But he else is kind of slow early on. So I would imagine it's going to line up 4-5. And we'll see if Nurse Bunny can just pick up and lay down Banker's Rose Gold in the lane. Banker's Rose Gold came in from Penn, came back from Penn, and shed the blinkers and raced really well. Just got tired late in the game. Cuts back a 16th of a mile. Second off a melee off of Bonnie Lucas. Jackie Davis teaming up here. And she'll be in front in all likelihood. And we'll see how she handles the second start off the layoff and her third start here at Finger Lakes. I guess if anybody else can show some speed, it'll be 3 Lady Eloise, the other Paul Barrow filly in here. Best hops to drop from the special weight ranks. And she's really cutting back from the 1:70 to 5.5. She tried blinkers last time while trying 2 turns, no avail. But she exits a couple of races in sprints where they went kind of fast early. And I guess if Kevin Navarro, who like we said is trying to sweep the early double, if he wants to be aggressive with this daughter of Audible, he could be. And at 5-1, I think she's an interesting price. I'm kind of excited that I have all 3 of these in my pick 4 ticket because I don't think either Banker's Rose Gold or Nurse Bunny is that reliable. The way the track's playing, they're supposed to have a tactical advantage, but Lady Eloise could be the one to have a say in the matter, both in the beginning and at the end here, if the class drop helps. 5-4-3 from me. Kick off the first pick 3 of the day if you're not alive in the pick 4. Best of luck here in the second. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the second. The debut filly Chiruni goes in first, followed by Brooklyn Rosie. Lady Eloise goes forward, looking to give Kevin Navarro a sweep of the early double. Here's Banker's Rose Gold. She goes in. Current favorite Nurse Bunny's up next. Don't forget, free PPs. FingerLakesGaming.com. They're there each and every day of the 2024 racing season, courtesy of Equibase. As Bella Banker goes in. I'm a lot of lady to last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, I'm a lot of lady. There's Banker's Rose Gold between. At the rails, the debuting Chiruni. She has speed at first asking. Lady Eloise moves up. Along the insides, Brooklyn Rosie. Then we come back to the two trailers, Bella Banker and Nurse Bunny. Banker's Rose Gold dealing with Chiruni. These two have 3 on Lady Eloise, who creeps closer in third. It's a gap of 4 to the duo of Brooklyn Rosie and Amalata Lady. Bella Banker's trying to make up some ground. And at the tail end is Nurse Bunny, 22-4. Banker's Rose Gold finally dismisses Chiruni. Here comes Lady Eloise with a 3-wide bid. From the back, Bella Banker and Amalata Lady are rolling. A little traffic there for Brooklyn Rosie. Nurse Bunny's caught up, but she still has a half a dozen to make up. Banker's Rose Gold. Nurse Eloise Navarro trying to sweep the double through a half in 47-3. Banker's Rose Gold. Here's Lady Eloise down the center. Nurse Bunny's absolutely flying from the back. Keep an eye on Nurse Bunny. It's Lady Eloise. Here comes Nurse Bunny to fly on by to win it by 2.5. Lady Eloise gives Paul Barrow a sweep of the exacta. Bella Banca was third in 107 and 4. Number 5, Nurse Bunny was first. 3, Lady Eloise second. It's a photo for third. Six, Bella Banker third. 4, Bankers Rose Gold finished fourth. 5-3-6-4 unofficial here in race 2. Turning to the winner's circle, actually making her way to the winner's circle for the very first time, Chris, is the number 5, Nurse Bunny. 3-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the Come On Mom mare, Julianne's Approvals of New York bred. Nurse Bunny is owned by Linda J. Redding, trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremias Flores. $2 double pair of fives, 24 even. $2 exacta, 5-3, 58 even. 50-cent try, 5-3-6, 71.75. And the 10-cent super, 5-3, 6-4, $104.40. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. There's no carryover in the pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Not a whole lot to report here today, folks. If you turn to race number 5, in race 5, you can scratch the 4, hashtag winning. Race 5, scratch the 4. If you turn to race number 8, there's a rider change for the number 5, Jay's Love, to Amin Castillo. Amin Castillo rides the 5, Jay's Love in race 8. And in race number 9, scratch the 2, Trap the Dream, and the 5, Honor Among Men. Race 9, scratch the 2 and 5. Post time for race 3, the start of the $1 pick 6, is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes to post for race number 3. And yeah, Charuni played a big role in that race as far as being aggressive and sending with Baker's Rose Gold. And that set it up for the closer. It was Nurse Bunny who sat a little further back and was able to get the victory. That was a Paul Barrow dominated exacta in race number 2 as Nurse Bunny gets the victory. Jeremiah's Flores for Barrows. We go to the third and start the $1 pick 6. 5,000 claimer for Phillies and Mares. Downwards to 2 cents a date. And look at a couple of the rivals in here. Start with Ramon. Ramon has generally been more of an underneath type horse, running a lot of seconds and thirds than victories, but does come out of a pretty good race where she ran third, only a couple lengths beaten by Hypno Currency, who ran huge the other day against a pretty tough allowance group. She does run to her competition a little bit, Ramon, but she does have a good chance to get the right kind of trip in here. With you got the speed on the inside with Tasty Wave and Bad Connection in here, she could break and get a nice inside pocket type trip, and she's one of the major players in this race. Actually, she's getting some early money at 3 to 5, but Let's Bag will probably be the favorite come post time. She's the 3, and she's a logical horse. She beat a pretty decent $5,000 field at this distance, and it was a big upset that day. She was 17 to 1. Problem is they changed her running style because of it, and she's been trying to sit back a little too much in some of these races. But this is her best distance, 5.5 furlongs. 5 of her 6 career wins have come at 5.5. This is one of the softer fields that she's faced. So she's a strong player in here. The 4-horse Trivia is another one that shouldn't be overlooked, one that you probably want to use in here off of the last effort. She could improve off of that race. She was off a couple months when dropping in class to 5,000. Not badly beaten against the same type of horses. She's another one that could work out a trip right behind the speed. So third race, we start that $1 pick 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available here.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 pick 6, is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Tasty Wave with Heeman Harkey. The 3 is Let's MAGA with Kevin Navarro. The 4 is Trivia with Joel Cruz. The 5 is Bad Connection, Dalton Brown rides. The 6 is Reiterate with John Berrios. And out on the clubhouse turn is the number 2 Ramon with Jackie Davis. So, it's funny the camera's on Ramon right now. Because Ramon is 4 to 5, and I kind of don't get it. And maybe I was just sleeping when I did these. I got 10 hours sleep last night. I brought an ottoman with me from home. It's great. I don't get Ramon. We'll talk about Ramon in a minute. I went to Tasty Wave. 2 back is the head scratcher for Tasty Wave. What happened? Because the races this year they just don't fall in line with that effort. So I'm just going to scratch it up to the Headless Horseman. Maybe chasing a 45 and 4.5 is what happened. I don't know. But she's been a model of consistency, showing speed, and now she cuts back to the 5.5 again. And you know what? I know Ramon beat her last time a length, but Ramon just kind of sucked up last time. And there was some contention. I don't see the contention here. I see Reiterate getting to the lead, or Tasty Wave if Heeman wants it. Tasty Wave is the fastest horse in this race if Heeman Harkey wants to lead. There's no 2 ways around that. But, if John Berrios comes out rolling on Reiterate or Dalton Brown and Bad Connection, if I'm Heeman Harkey, I'd just put Tasty Wave on the lead. But if she doesn't, she can maneuver from off the pace. I put Tasty Wave first. I put Reiterate second because I feel like the race is going to be dominated on the front end, and one of these 2 horses will dominate it. This is Reiterate's 3rd start here at Finger Lakes. 2nd start at this level. Took a ton of money last time at 3 to 1, and now you're going to get twice the price, maybe higher. I thought Reiterate made some sense in here. And then the 3, Let's MAGA, if they do hit up front, Let's MAGA should be the one rolling here. Couldn't get to Sabrine last time. But that race back in July on the 24th, that race would crush these horses. I thought this was a spread race. I went 3 deep in here as well. I used the 1, 3, and 6. I just don't see Ramon. She has those 2 races on her card in August, 9 days apart, that they stick out. And, she could beat me today. As the favorite or the second choice, she could beat me today. 1-6-3 as we kick off the $1 pick 6 without a carryover. Best of luck in the 3rd. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Tasty Wave, the first to load in, followed by your current favorite, Ramon. As the rain begins to fall a bit here at Finger Lakes, Let's MAGA goes in. Trivia goes in. Free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Head on over. Late pick 5, only pick 5. Do that all the time. Starts in race 5. There goes Bad Connection. The last to load is Reiterate. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bad Connection and Dalton Brown like a shot, cross and clear, and quickly have a 2.5 length lead. Tasty Wave settles into second, then Let's MAGA is third. Fourth along the rail is Ramon. A gap of 1.5 to Reiterate. Trivia is at the back. Bad Connection, Tasty Wave. They left room at the rail, and Tasty Wave's going to shoot the gap, or at least try to. And now they're dueling on the front end. It's Bad Connection outside. Tasty Wave the gray inside through a wicked opening quarter of 22 and 3. They've opened up 4 or 5 on Ramon, who's under a drive in third. So's Let's MAGA fourth. Then Reiterate. Trivia still needs to answer the question. About 15 from the front, but she's gathering momentum. The field makes their way past the quarter pole. Tasty Wave still dealing with Bad Connection. Ramon's under a drive. Trivia's flying up the inside from the back through a half in 46 and 3. Off the turn into the stretch. Tasty Wave has a 3-length lead. Down the center's Reiterate. Between horses, Let's MAGA. At the rail is Trivia. Trying to get to the wire is Tasty Wave. Here's Reiterate. Tasty Wave past the 16th pole. Reiterate, Tasty Wave. Reiterate, got her. Then it was Tasty Wave, maybe Ramon for third, and 106 and 3. Number 6, Reiterate was first. 1, Tasty Wave second. 2, Ramon third. 3, Let's Maga fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Reiterate. She's a 7-year-old mare, daughter of Competitive Edge, out of the Archmare Flying Arch. Reiterate's owned and trained by Tim Murphy, winning rider John Berrios, and it's official. $2 double 5-6, 42.40. $2 exact to 6-1, 60 even. 50-cent try, 6-1-2, 55.62. And the 10-cent super, 6-1-2-3, $19.87. Race 4 comes up next. Kicks off another pick 3. No changes in the 4th. Post time for race 4 is in just over 21 minutes. Please note the track remains fast, but it will now be sealed. Fast and sealed starting here in race 4.
All right, fourth race upcoming. Yeah, that was a big effort by Reiterate. Nobody else really closed in that race except for Reiterate. John Barrios gets a victory for owner-trainer Tim Murphy. Really a big improvement after the last race, shortening up to 5.5 today. Fourth race, a maiden event. This for 2-year-old fillies, and pretty competitive group. I'll start with the entry. You got Chicas Teca, who will return to Finger Lakes after trying a much tougher race at Saratoga, and she probably cost herself any chance of the star, but she was never really in it anyway. Her first star here, her first career star, wasn't bad. I mean, it was only 5 furlongs, but this horse was making up a lot of ground in the stretch on that sloppy racetrack. She's getting some play at 7-2, coupled with Quartneck, who will be making her first start. Both Kentucky breds for this race. That one horse, Quartneck, is out of an unraced dam, who's a half to a couple of multiple stakes winners. So we'll see how this entry does. Again, Chicas Teca returning to Finger Lakes, where she did make up a lot of ground. You probably like her more going 6 furlongs. The 2 horses, Lipon Law, all the money showed on this horse in her debut. She went off at odds of 1-2 and got beat by Who's Got the Tip. And, really no excuse in that race except for it was her first start. If she can improve off that race, she can win. She may need to if this is a little tougher field. She arrived in that race with all bullets, but probable favorite come post time, as she is 9-5 morning line. The 6 horse is Honorable Becky, who they paid $70,000 as a yearling for this horse. Is out of a dam that costs a lot of money. It was a $275,000 yearling. The dam was a half to a stakes winner, and this one coming in has a bullet work, more turf breeding on that dam side for Honorable Becky, not really getting a lot of play at 9-1. The other one I thought was interesting was the 4, Princess Fiona. Princess Fiona out of I Still Miss You. I Still Miss You was a multiple stakes winner that won the Arctic Queen here a few years ago, and now this is one of her offspring. And her first start was on the turf against a really tough group, so she'll find this spot a little easier if she takes to the surface. Again, they just sealed the racetrack. It will be sealed for this race, and if the rain continues, we may have a downgrade here soon. But right now, it's just a sprinkle before this 4th race, which was an interesting 2-year-old race as it is. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race.
The field for race 4 is coming out onto the track. The 2 is Lipin Law with Cabracoa. The 3 is Banker Murray. Romero Mirage rides. The 4 is Princess Fiona with Luis Perez. The 5 is Mrs. Monagot with Joel Cruz. The 6 is Honorable Becky with Jackie Davis. The 7 is Country Manor with Emmanuel De Diego. The 8 is Hard to Love with Nazario Alvarado. The 1 is Quartneck with J.M. Rohina. And the 1A is Chicasteca with Andre Wari. All right, 2-year-old time. Lippin Law was 1-2 into Who's Got the Tip, who was last yesterday in the Ladyfinger. 1-2 showed speed from the rail. I think it's important to note that she is again on the rail today. Showed speed from the rail. Got run down very, very late in the game in a race that she was never too far away. She was never more than a length in front of her rivals that day. And from what is already run in here, none of them have any apparent speed. So you have to worry about Quartneck, Mrs. Monagot, and Honorable Becky. Those are the 3 firsters in here. Do they have speed to stick with Lippin Law early? Now, Mrs. Monagot was at Presque Isle, 46-3, 47-4. Those are some fast works. But that's on the all-weather. How's she going to handle the main track? We do not know. But her work showed that she's fast, so maybe she keeps Lippin Law company. I don't know. Leading trainer, leading rider, I'm going to take my chances with Lippin Law with the experience under her belt, having already broken from the rail. I'll take Lippin Law. The 7, Country Manor, finished behind them, behind Lippin Law in that race. She did not have a great start. She was rolling late, and if she improves, now listen, that was a really slow race, but if she improves second time and she gets a cleaner start, who knows how it shakes out. I know one thing. I thought Lippin Law would be much shorter. But at only twice the price, I would probably stick with Lippin Law and her experience and her speed. And then finally, I closed it out with the entry. Quartneck, first-time starter, 1A, Chicasteca, finished 3rd in the debut here on the sloppy track. Then had a little trouble up at Saratoga. Took money at Saratoga, too, 6-1. We'll see how the entry performs today, Quartneck and Chicasteca. Look, Princess Fiona, shipping in, George Weaver, I get it, but I don't get it. This filly is dirt. She's dirt here today, and they debuted her on the grass. I know the circuit relief is plenty sometimes, but I don't want her as the favorite. I'm alive to the 1, 2, and 7 in the pick 4. I hope you are too. 2-7-1 from me here. See if Lippin Law can take them flag fall to that's all in the 4th. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Lippin Law goes into stall 1. The entries next, Quartnecht and Chicasteca. Andre Rory's climbed off Chicasteca. She'll load without Andre. She goes in. So does Worry. Banker Murray's next. Here's Princess Fiona. Mrs. Manigot goes in. You didn't think I was going to say Manicotti, did you? Honorable Becky goes forward. Here's Country Manor. Hard to Love. The last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Not the best of beginnings for the 6th. Honorable Becky. There's Lippenlaw right to the lead. Princess Fiona on the outside 2nd. Banker Murray's there along the inside in 3rd. Far outside the duo of Country Manor and Hard to Love. There's Mrs. Manigot. Along the rail is Quartnecht, one of the firsters. Her entry made Chicasteca's 7 lengths from the lead. And at the back is Honorable Becky. Princess Fiona's clawed her way to the lead. Country Manor gives chase immediately. 23 and 2 in opening quarter there. Lippin Law re-engaging from the rail in 3rd. Hard to Love's 4th, 3 from the front. Gap of 4 more to Banker Murray. From the back, up the inside, Honorable Becky found the seam, and she's rolling now with Jackie Davis. The field makes their way to the far turn. Princess Fiona off the turn and into the stretch with a length lead. Lippin Law switches outside of that one. Country Manor down the center. Here comes Banker Murray as well. And on the far outside, Honorable Becky, after that terrible start, is absolutely flying. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Honorable Becky just swooped the group and opened up a 2-length lead. It's all Honorable Becky. Good debut here. She's going to win it by 3.5 under the line. Lippin Law was 2nd, then Country Manor. Photo for 4th in 108. Number 6, Honorable Becky was first. 2, Lip and Law second. 7, Country Manor third. It's a Photo for fourth. Four, Princess Fiona finished fourth. 6-2-7-4 unofficial in race 4. Race 4 is official. Making her way to the winner's circle for the very first time on debut is the number 6, Honorable Becky. She is a 2-year-old daughter of Honor AP out of the quality road mare Haughty Girl. A New York bred. Honorable Becky's owned by Joseph Bucci, trained by William Bartlett, winning rider Jackie Davis. $2 double 6-6. 94 even. $2 exact to 6-2, 215.50. 50-cent try, 627, 452 even. Dime super, 6274, 194.40. 50-cent pick 3, 566, 169 even. And the 50-cent pick 4, 5566, $567.50. Race 5 comes up next. It starts today's 50-cent pick 5. Here in race 5, you can scratch the 4. Hashtag winning. Race 5, scratch the 4. Post time for the 5th, and the start of the pick 5 is in 20 minutes.
All right, 11 minutes to post for race number 5. Very impressive effort by first-time starter Honorable Becky. Didn't take much for play, surprising because of the breeding and what they paid for that horse. Went off at odds of 18 to 1, but man, was she much the best. She was far back early after not an alert start and had a ton coming down the lane. And what can you say? That was very impressive. Jackie Davis for trainer Bill Bartlett. Too that finished the pick 4 wasn't a start of something else. It would have been harder to get a couple of those other winners. One of the easier ones. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts in the 5th. Competitive race here. Let's start with Gray Wing. Gray Wing returns to Finger Lakes, tried a Saratoga race, an off-the-turf event, and ran very well. Ran a good third in that race. So this is out of a dam by Empire Maker, so with a little moisture coming down over the sealed track, shouldn't mind it at all. Often hits the board, hasn't won in quite some time, hasn't won here at Finger Lakes. So 5 Finger Lakes starts, has 3 seconds and a third, but did go through a little bit of a phase where he wasn't breaking very well out of the gate in some of the races against our allowance horses back last summer. So the return, the horse seems sharp again and does have some good works for this race. So Gray Wing at odds of 3 to 2, certainly getting some play, not deserving of a real short price, but one of the main contenders. See, Uncle George is the 7 horse. Uncle George looks like a horse that could sit and pounce in this race, as it is a race that does appear to have some pace, especially with the East Coast girl from the rail is going to be the speed of the speed. See if they can, Sharp can go after that one a little bit. But Uncle George comes off 2 straight wins in the lifetime condition. So moving to the state bred, not really a step down. His horses, or not really a move up, I should say, as a lot of times is easier than the 3 lifetime. And this certainly plays if they come back to him a little bit. And he does have a win on an off track. Uncle George at odds of 5 to 2. The 3 horse is Muggsy Malone, and this is the real wild card here, as he's been facing tougher in those open allowances at Thistledown the last few starts. He actually won a Thistledown start going along before arriving here. So moving to the state bred, you would think that'd be an easier spot for him. But unfortunately, this one stopped very badly. Now, they did go quick. They went 46 to the half, and Convertible Freeze ran a huge race to win that one. So it might have been a case of him setting a crazy fast pace that day and then stopping. We'll see with the cutback in distance today if this horse bounces back with a better effort. Again, you got to say he's been against better competition at Thistledown. This is a good wake-up call, making his second start over the track. He's at odds of 9 to 1. East Coast Girl is the inside horse. He's the speed. See if he can hold on here. He's coming out of one of those allowance conditions, and since being claimed, he's won 2 of his 3 starts. His loss was to Bustin' Away, a pretty good one. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts in the 5th. Scratch the 4, hashtag winner.
The field for race 5 is coming out to the track. It's the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. The 1 is East Coast Girl with Joel Cruz. The 2 is Bourbon's Hope with Nazario Alvarado. The 3 is Muggsy Malone with Luis Perez. Scratch to 4, #winning. The 5 is Sharpaz. Jeremiah Flores looks for a riding double. The 6 is Grey Wing with Andre Worry. And the 7's Uncle George with Emmanuel De Diego. All right. Fun little New York bred restricted allowance contest here. Pretty much serves as today's co-feature, along with race number 8. Grey Wing, making his first start for Chris Englehart. Finished a good third in Saratoga off the turf in the other than up there. He's finished second in this condition twice at Finger Lakes, the beginning of the year, opening day, in fact. And then just about 3 weeks later, missed some time, 3 months to be exact, came back, ran well at Saratoga, and now he finds himself here. He's winless in 5 tries here with 3 seconds and a third. I think he'll be closer than his stablemate Uncle George. Well, I know that. And I think the speed is on the inside. It's East Coast Girl and Bourbon's Hope. Bourbon's Hope doesn't look like he's as fast as these horses, but the truth of the matter is he might be faster. Bourbon's Hope is a fast horse, as is Sharpaz. So there's speed. I would imagine that the Chris Englehart duo comes as a team. I like Grey Wing, Uncle George on a 2-race win streak. That 2-race win streak was 10 weeks apart. He got the job done from off the pace. He's supposed to get some pace to close into in here. I think Chris Englehart's going to win this race. I think it's just a matter of which one, Grey Wing or Uncle George. They're 8-5, and they're 2-1. I rounded things out with East Coast Girl. East Coast Girl has races in him to just run away and hide from these horses. But with Bourbon's Hope and Sharpaz, see, even Muggsy Malone's coming out of the two-turn races, but he's got plenty of speed. So East Coast Girl's going to have his work cut out for him today. There's plenty of gas in here early. But if he can shake free, it's the old adage, the speed of the speed, if you will. Tell you what, he's 3 for 4 with a third place finish in his 4 tries here at the Lakes. And he ran into busting away into Don't Lose Cruz, who had already won this condition. He might be tough today. 6-7-1 for me here as we kick off today's Pick 5. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to play the pick five. The field for race five. The start of the pick five has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. East Coast Girl, the first to load. Bourbon's Hope is next. Muggsy Malone goes forward. Here's Sharpaz. Last two are from the Chris Englehart barn, Grey Wing and Uncle George. Uncle George a little restless behind the gate. They're in the gate, and they're off. Grey Wing, there's Sharpaz, and Sharpaz is quickest of all, and Jeremiah Flores quickly puts 3 lengths on the field. Grey Wing left stunned in second along the rails. East Coast Girl, 4.5 from the front already. Then Uncle George. The two at the back are Bourbon's Hope and Muggsy Malone. Sharpaz a 2-length lead. Grey Wing creeps closer in second. Uncle George, Emmanuel De Diego with a handful of horse, just 2.5 from the front through a quick opening quarter of 22-3. Fourth along the inside is East Coast Girl. Then Muggsy Malone and Bourbon's Hopes at the back. Grey Wing confronts Sharpaz midway on the far turn, and Grey Wing just put his gray head in front. Sharpaz tries to keep with him. Uncle George under a drive, not going forward as of yet. In the back are East Coast Girl, Bourbon's Hope, and Muggsy Malone. 45-4, Grey Wing off the turn and into the stretch. Worry goes to work, left-handed, has a length lead. Uncle George on stride now and trying to get to his stablemate. It's Grey Wing and Uncle George. It's down to these two. Grey Wing, 16th pole. Uncle George. Grey Wing's going to report home a 2-length winner. Uncle George rounds out the Englehart Exacta, got close for third between Sharpaz and East Coast Girl, and won 12-1. Number 6, Gray Wing was first. 7, Uncle George second. It's a photo for third. Number 1, East Coast Girl was third. 5, Sharp Has fourth. 6-7-1-5. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Gray Wing. He's a 6-year-old gelding, a son of Gradar, out of the Empire Maker Mare Fido Wing. A New York bred, Gray Wing is owned by Red Storm Stable, Gerald Stuckberry and Jeff Englehart, trained by Chris Englehart, winning rider Andre Worry. $2 double 6-6, 109 even. $2 exact a 6-7, 1640. 50-cent try, 671, $10.15. 10-cent super, 6715, a nickel shy of $8. And a 50-cent pick 3. Yikes. 666. $175.50. She's back, I see. Race 6, speaking of sixes, comes up next. It's the start of the late pick 4. No changes in races 6 or 7. She'll turn to race 8. A rider change for the 5. Jay's Love to Amin Castillo. Amin Castillo rides the 5. Jay's Love in race 8. And in race number 9, scratch the 2, Trap the Dream, and the 5, Honor Among Men. Race 9, scratch the 2 and 5. Post time for the 6th. The start of the late pick 4 is in just over 25 minutes.
Okay, 11 minutes to post for the sixth race. That was Gray Wing getting a nice trip under Andre Worry for Chris and Jeff Engelhart. That one sat a trip right behind the speed of Sharpaz in perfect position when that one stopped, took over, and got the victory. That's the first Finger Lakes victory for Gray Wing. Put it together today. Sixth race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of a mile and 70. You do have a couple drop downs in here, and they're significant drops. One of them is Jace and Liam for Jeff and Chris Engelhart, who just won race number 5. And this one, Out of a Dam by Unbridled Song, certainly got the breeding, the Kentucky bred. Has been a series of fourths at the maiden special weight level. Last time a double-digit loss fourth, but maybe not as bad as it looks, as the winner was a runaway winner in that race. So, gets some big-time class relief dropping to the bottom, and really tough not to use it here if you're playing pick fours or so on, just because of the significant drop in class. Now, the other drop down is the 7 Happy Time, who isn't ridiculously beaten in a lot of her local races either. Her last race here, though, wasn't that good, although that was another race where it was a runaway winner. American Saint just dominated those maiden special weights. So, again, it's one of those cases where, he's not that far behind the second place horse in that maiden special weight. Well, they tried to see how the horse would do on the turf at Colonial. Didn't work out, so back to Finger Lakes, but at a much reduced level. It's a big time reduction in class level. Has got to make Happy Time very much a contender in race number 6. And getting a little less play than Jason Liam, and finish ahead of Jason Liam when they met in a rout on June 17th. So if you like Jason Liam, you can make a strong case for this one as well, and I do. So the other one that I thought could be a big win threat in here on the stretch out is the 9 Stony Lonesome. Now, it is a Bustin' Stones, which are known more for sprint races than routes, but we've seen a couple Bustin' Stones run long and do well. And this one, since dropping to the bottom, at least the last couple starts since adding blinkers, has a pretty good. So since adding blinkers at the 5,000 level, finished a couple straight seconds. Last race was a good race for the sprint, and the race before, there just wasn't any pace to really run at. Was able to stay close, but Little Maze was able to control the pace at 5.5 furlongs. So the route shouldn't be a problem. This horse is very well bred on the dam side, even though it's a Bustin' Stones. The dam side says this horse should go long, and also there's some off-track breeding in there too. So Stony Lonesome, I thought, was another contender that might add a little value right now at odds of 5-1. And Toast of Success, maybe more of an underneath type. Last couple starts in routes for 5,000 ran okay, and like I said, these drop downs certainly comes out of better races. But for 5,000, if they run the normal time in the normal type of competition, that puts this horse right in the mix. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in the 6th. Got 7 minutes to post.
The field for the 6th is out on the track. There's the 5, Ida Denial with John Berrios. The 6 is Northumberland with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 7's Happy Time, Cabracoa rides. 8 is My Little One with Emmanuel De Diego. The 9, Stony Lonesome, Carlos Camillo's in the saddle. The 10's April 1st. Jackie Davis looks for her second win on the card. Archivist Speedy Z, Jace, and Liam in Toast to Success went by. Favorite. I wouldn't want Jason Liam this short. I didn't think he was going to be this short, but I guess off the drop, he got beat a long way last time. But they say the best tops to drop. Chris Englehart and Andre Warrior looking to go back to back. See if that drops to the nickels enough. I just didn't like anyone else enough. I wish I could have gotten a little cutesy in here to start off the pick 4, but more often than not, these bottom level maiden races, I'll try to find something, but I looked at this race a few times and I couldn't find anything. Happy Time. They went and tried him on the grass at Colonial last time. He drops to the nickel. And to me, if one of the droppers don't win this, you almost have to hit the all button. I'm always rooting for my girl Archivist, but I don't know what to do with her last race. I put Toast to Success third, the other Chris Englehart, if you will. And I'm sure she's been a little frustrating. Long, short. Tried her sprinting last time. Now they're going to stretch her back out. I think her better races are going along. I won't be surprised if Rohina tries to put her on the lead today, too. Maybe Archivist goes from the rail. Stony Lonesome, the 9, coming into the sprints. Toast of Success. We'll see. But I really believe if the 3 or 7 don't win this race, there's chaos. And that doesn't help in a pick 4 when it's a 10-horse field, because the all ball that's a lot of money for the all ball. So I'll try one of the favorites, Jason Liam or Happy Time, 3 and 7. Try to get alive here. Post times in a little over 3 minutes. Best of luck if you're playing the pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the start of the late pick 4. Archivist, the first to load. Here's Speedy Z. Slight favorite Jason Liam goes forward. Toast to Success is next. Here's the gray, Ida Denial. Northumberland goes forward. Rafael Raheen is off. Northumberland. She loads. Now Rafael Rohina Jr. will climb aboard as Happy Time goes in. Here's My Little One. Stony Lonesome goes forward. The last to load is April 1st. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between fillies and mares, there goes My Little One to the outside. April 1st shows speed. Down along the inside, the duo of Speedy Z and Toast of Success. Archivist, she's in real tight at the rail. Anthony Rodriguez trying to protect there, but got a handful right now. Then we come back to Stony Lonesome. Widest of all is Happy Time. There's Northumberland. The two at the back, Ida Denial. And the favorite, Jason Liam, has about 15 lengths to make up already. 24-second flat contentious opening quarter. Speedy Z is just a length in front of Archivist. They really went at it early. My Little One settles into third, followed by April 1st. On the outside, Happy Time keeps marching forward. She's now in 5th. Stony Lonesome just past Toast to Success. From the back, Jason Liam starts to stir, along with Northumberland. Ida Denial trails, 49 and almost 4 for the half as they make their way to the far turn here in Farmington with a blitz on the far outside. There goes Happy Time to the lead. Koa can wait no more, and she just busted open a 2-length lead. Stony Lonesome produced from between fillies and mares. From the back, Toast of Success re-rallying. A wide run from Northumberland. Jason Liam with 15 to make up through 3/4 and 1/16. Happy Time tried to spring the latch right there at the 3/8 pole, and she has a 4-length lead. Stony Lonesome closest to her. Toast of Success may be her most biggest danger, but they're coming down to the 8th pole. Happy Time has built a 5-length lead. Toast of Success trying to rally from the back is Northumberland along the inside. Jason Liam way too late coming down to the line. What a ride from Koa. Happy Time. He stayed out of her way. She won by 6. Dead tight. There were a couple of noses there. Toast of Success, Jason Liam, Northumberland, all battle it out for the place in 149 and 1. Number 7, Happy Time was first. It's a photo for second. Place photo goes to the 3, Jason Liam. Third, the 4, Toast of Success. 6, Northumberland finished fourth. 7-3-4-6 here in race 6. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, Happy Time. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Run Happy out of the Flat Out Mare Deadline. Happy Time's owned by Peekaboo Stable and Keith Dickstein. It's career win number 1996 for trainer Jim Aquilano. And the winning rider's our leading one, Cabracoa. $2 double 6-7 20-40. $2 exacta 7-3 11 even. 50-cent try 7-3-4 $10.40. 10-cent super 7-3-4-6 $25.40. 50-cent pick 3 6-6-7 127 and a quarter. Race 7 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. No changes in race 7. Post time for race 7 is in just over 21 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please note the track is now labeled good. For race 7, track will be labeled good.
Okay, horses are getting ready for race number 7. No doubt about that winner, as with a drop in class, Happy Time was absolutely much the best. And Keeper Koa guided that one to victory for Jim Aquilano. No doubt about it, Romp. It was close for second. It was actually the drop down case, Jason Liam. Good job by Andre Worry veering through traffic to get up to get second to save the short exact of the 2 drop downs. But it was no doubt about the winner with Happy Time in race number 6. All right, last pick 3 of the day. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. It's a starter, an optional claiming tag of 8,000. Looking through, it looks like Dates Freedom is in for the tag, and so is Jinsu Warrior on the outside, who will put the blinkers back on after a couple failed attempts with the blinkers off. Look at the 2B, our man Mike, who just beat these horses last time and dominated these horses, actually. Let's see if we can repeat that effort that he had on a good track. Incidentally, we just downgraded the track to good with all the rain that we're getting right now. Just kind of a drizzle, and the temperatures really dropped here in Farmington, New York. Now, yeah, I mean, got the trip last time, but the way this horse drew away was pretty dominant. Now, he's got to carry the top weight of 126 after that victory, where a lot of them were carrying lower weights of 121 and so. But our man Mike, off the effort, looks to be one of the top contenders in race number 7. He's coupled with Dates Freedom, who reunites with trainer Michael S. Ferraro. He was claimed back, and he did his best running for this barn before being claimed. So tough entry here. 6-5 is the price, mainly because of our man Mike. The 3, Coach Bahi, got a little time off, got a couple works in him, and fired a good one again. I mean, he had a couple dull efforts, so Buckley decided to give the horse a little bit of a freshening and put the works in him, and he bounced back with a solid effort against $8,000 claimers last time. So Coach Bahi, on his game, he's always right there at this level, so surprised that he did run as bad as he did those couple starts, but looks like he's back to his top form. He's never won at this distance, though, in 8 starts, only the 2 seconds. So this is not really his best distance in the past, but this horse is a consistent horse. He's currently at odds of 5-1. The 4, Devil or Angel, kind of a dud last time. This horse had won the 1 state bred, then followed it up with a 2 state bred victory. Both could be considered upsets. One of those races at 29-1 when stretching out, but followed it up beating a good field, including Royal Suspect and Brother Jeremiah. I mean, that race is better than this race that he won. So it's kind of surprising that he was as badly beaten as he was by our man Mike and Mr. Einstein in that race. So, you know, maybe it was the little bit of time off between races that he ran a little clunker, and he could bounce back with a good number in here and be a major factor. He's getting a little play at 7-2 as they'll try to turn the tables on our man Mike if he's sharper this time. So that's a few of the contenders for the 7th race. We start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered here.
The field for race 7 is making its way out onto the track. The one is Joe's Had Enough with Joel Cruz. The 1A is Don't Poke the Cat with Heeman Harkey. 2 is Dates Freedom with Luis Perez. 2B is Our Man Mike with Anthony Rodriguez. The 3 is Coach Bahi with Kevin Navarro. The 4 is Devil or Angel, Cabracoa rides. The 5 is Jitter Juice with Andre Worry. The 6 is Mr. Einstein, Jackie Davis is aboard. And the 7 is Ginsu Warrior, Emmanuel De Diego's in the saddle. All right, fun little starter optional claimer here. I went to the even money entry. Dates Freedom claimed back by Ferraro Sr. He's done some good with him in the past, and I'll tell you what. Last barn did not have this horse's whole card. He was beaten a combined 53 lengths in his 3 starts. And now he's back with Papa Ferraro. He had him for 2 starts at the beginning of the year. He won both of them. And 6 for 11 at Finger Lakes. We'll see how Dates Freedom does going back home to the Ferraro Senior Barn entry made Our Man Mike. Boy, he came from the back and he swooped the group over a good track last time, so he gets some moisture. And boy, he's just hickory. He shows up each and every time, it seems. At this level, especially if he gets enough speed, and he's got Ginsu Warrior in here, he's got Coach Bahi, Jitter Juice, Devil or Angel has tactical speed. There's plenty of gas in here for this entry. This entry looks formidable. One's going to be close, one's going to be coming from the back. Dates Freedom and Our Man Mike for me. Coach Bahi, he was able to win a stretch-long duel with this appearance, going 1.25 miles last time. I would imagine this is going to be the prep for the final on the 21st, going 14 furlongs. You're going to want to tune in for that on October 21st to see if I make it the 14 furlongs. He'll be close. He's drawn the inside here. I would imagine that Kevin Navarro, looking for 2 on the day, is going to protect Rail and try to keep him close today. He's a great price at 7-1. I can't believe he's that big of a price. And then Devil or Angel, boy. Devil or Angel, they ran by him pretty good last time with Our Man Mike and Mr. Einstein, but he's another one. His last 3 starts, he's been right there. He had a couple of blips sprinting, but as far as going along, 2 for 3 with a third. Mike Lasessi has kind of found this son of Shackelford's whole card, sending him long. He could be the one that could be the first to come calling on the speed and then see if Dates Freedom and Our Man Mike come and get him late in the game. 2, 3, 4 for me. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Coach Bailly goes in first. Here's Joe's Had Enough. Devil or Angel goes forward. Here's Ginger Juice. Dates Freedom goes in. Don't Poke the Cat is next. Here's Our Man Mike, part of the favorite entry. Mr. Einstein goes in. And the last to load's Ginsu Warrior. They're in the gate. And they're off. Under a drive is Jitter Juice Andre Worry trying to get him to the lead. He has Devil or Angels who is inside, and along the rail is Coach Bahi. These three open up 3 lengths. Ginsu Warrior from the outside draw moves into a joint third now. There between horses is Joe's Had Enough with Dates Freedom right to his outside. To the inside is Don't Poke the Cat, just passed by Mr. Einstein. At the back is Our Man Mike, where he likes to be. He can see them all. They're flying up front, 23-3 through a contentious opening quarter here. They're stacked across the track, 3 deep. Ginsu Warrior outside, Jitter Juice between, and at the rail, it's Devil or Angel, 2 lengths back to Coach Bahi, who settled into 4th in a good stride there. Then we have Joe's Had Enough. Back to an advancing Mr. Einstein. Just went past Dates Freedom. At the rail is Don't Poke the Cat. Our Man Mike still on hold, 47-3. Keep on going here at Finger Lakes as they move to the far turn. Devil or Angel Ginsu Warrior, Jitter Juice. They're still knocking heads from the back. Joe's had enough to gray, has produced 4 wide as Mr. Einstein saves all the ground. Here comes our man Mike. He's at a last, and he's on the move. He just passed Date's Freedom as the field makes their way around the turn through 3 quarters in 1:13 and 4. Coach Bahi's made the lead. Our man Mike with a sustained rally down the center of the track keeps on coming and just struck the lead off the turn and into the stretch. Devil or Angel battles on at the rail, and on the far outside's Mr. Einstein. 8th pole, it's our man Mike, Coach Bahi, and Mr. Einstein. But now our man Mike starts to edge away at the 16th pole, and Anthony Rodriguez and our man Mike on their way to a 4.5 length score. Got real tight for second. It looked like Coach Bahi held off Mr. Einstein. Devil or Angel was 4th and 1:48. To be, our man Mike was first. It's a photo for second. Three, Coach Bahi was second. 6, Mr. Einstein third. 4, Devil or Angel fourth. 2B, 3-6-4 here in race 7. Returning to the winner's circle is the 2B, our man Mike. 6-year-old Gelding's a Center Street boss. Out of the tail of the cat mare, Delectable Cat. A New York bred, our man Mike is owned and trained by Michael S. Ferraro, winning rider Anthony Rodriguez. $2 double 7-2, 13.20. $2 exact to 2-3, 24.60. 50-cent try, 236, 52.75. 10-cent super, 2-3, 6-4, $34.65. Race 8 comes up next. Kicks off the late double. Rider change for the 5, Jay's Love to Amin Castillo. Amin Castillo rides the 5, Jay's Love. And in race 9, scratch the 2, Trap the Dream, and the 5, Honor Among Men. Race 9, scratch the 2 and 5. Post time for the 8th is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, eighth race starts the last double of the day, and just a repeat effort for our man Mike in the seventh race. Good looking performance yet again. All right, we start that last double. Exactitry and Super offered in race number 8. It goes a distance of 6 furlongs. I thought this race was a little more competitive than what the betting board shows. If you watch City Block's last race, you'll know that that horse had an absolute perfect trip. Couldn't have gone any better. Louis Perez did a good job, and he split horses at the end and still got beat at the wire by I'm a Rolling Stone. I can't take anything away from the race, and he's okay on and off track. She's a logical horse, but 4 to 5, obviously a little bit short for City Blocks, but she's expected to be a short price favorite and maybe a little vulnerable because of coming off a dressed up perfect trip last time. Thought because of the pace in here, even though the track's not like yesterday where it was that strong speed bias, but She's a Freud looks to be the main speed of the race. The question is, which She's a Freud going to show up? I mean, last time she went 6 furlongs, she stopped in the early going of that race. So, but that's the only bad race that she's really had, and she ran okay. She wasn't that far behind City Blocks, so she was closer to that hot early pace that City Blocks was able to sit off of. So she ran just as good a race as the heavy favorite last time. It's just a matter of going 6 furlongs and maintaining her speed, because she does look like the controlling speed in race number 8. The one horse is Dulce Veloce, who may be a little overmatched in the Arctic Queen, but other than that, this horse hasn't run a bad race. She broke her maiden against special weights, then tried claimers, but ran into Special Pal. So even though she was in the 11-9 claimer, Special Pal is like an allowance horse. So she stepped up against the 2 lifetime allowance, but she's getting beat by less than 3 lengths in those prior starts against arguably tougher allowance fields. So she'll go a little further today, 6 furlongs, and draws the rail. So the right kind of trip puts her in the mix as well. And she's a big price right now at odds of 17 to 1. The tricky read would be the 4, Lady Arwen. Lady Arwen looked good as a 2-year-old at Saratoga. In her second start, she beat a pretty good maiden special weight field. Got put on the shelf, came back as a 3-year-old, and her first start back, she had a bad start. Next start, she didn't have a very good start either, and just hasn't fired in the 2 races that she's had this year. A little while since that last race. It'll be her 3rd start of the year. Obviously, she's shown some talent in the past. See if it shows up today. Lady Arwen getting a little bit of action at odds of 6 to 1. Obviously, City Blocks getting all the early money at 4 to 5 after that perfect trip, second place finish. Exactitry Super and Daily Double offered in race number 8. You got about 6 minutes to post.
Here's the field for race 8. The one is Dolce Veloce with Joel Cruz. Here's the 2, City Blocks. Luis Perez rides. The 3 is She's a Freud with Kevin Navarro. The 4 is Lady Arwen. Andre Worry's in the saddle. The 5 is Jay's Love. Note the rider change to Amin Castillo. The 6 is Sweet Maeve. Cabracoa's in the saddle. The 7 is Practical Rachel. Anthony Rodriguez looks for a natural double. And the 8 is Till There Was You with Jackie Davis. All right, went right back with the same numbers as last week. Race, it worked. Exactly paid almost $25. City Blocks just missed for Ferraro Senior last time. Actually made the lead at the 8th pole, and like a rolling stone was produced and was able to ramble home and just get past City Blocks, who was making her first start for Ferraro, but third start here in Farmington. She's finished second in 2 of them. She also handles some moisture in the ground. She did so in her first race here at Finger Lakes, and it was one of her best efforts. It was her fastest by her speed figure. You've been able to close ground today down the center of the track. We've seen horses go wire to wire. It's an even track. I think you probably want to be outside more than anything else, but it's an even track. And on an even track, I just think she's the best horse. So, City Blocks for me. She's a Freud. Boy, I wonder what happened 2 starts back. She got herself caught in a pretty quick speed duel and she stopped, but she's been caught in speed duels before and she survived them. If she didn't have that race 2 back, I probably would have taken a shot and picked her today at a better price than City Blocks, because there's a little bit more of a value play there. And quite frankly, there's not a lot of speed in here. She will, in all likelihood, be the speed. We'll see if she's able to take them flag fall to That's All. Navarro and Buckley have already teamed up for a winner on this Tuesday card. And then finally, boy, you want to talk about a head scratcher, Lady Arwen. Her 2 races as a juvenile were pretty good. She finished 3rd to Caldwell Loves Gold, who won our New York Oaks here back on July 15th. She's a multiple stakes winner. She crushed maidens at Saratoga in a subsequent start on Travers Weekend. And then she came back here, and she has not run 2 steps. She's also had trouble at the start, something that bothered her in her debut, but when she broke her maiden, nothing bothered her. You kind of assumed last time, at least I did, that the gate woes would go away the same way they did from her first start to her second start. It didn't happen. In fact, she broke almost as badly as she did in her return this year. I don't know what to do with her. Here's what I know. She has races as a 2-year-old that if she can go find that form, she's going to run really well. And she's too big of a price to ignore. She's co-second longest shot on the board. That's an impossible, that can't be, unless she is just completely done. And I'm not going to let Jeremiah and Andre Worry beat me at that kind of price. 2, 3, 4. I'm alive in the pick 4. And when you get alive in these multi-races, you can rest assured I'm going to try to get Lady Arwen home at the biggest price. Best of luck here in race 8. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race number 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the co-features. Dolce Veloce is the first to go in. Here's your odds-on favorites, City Blocks. She's a Freud is next. Lady Arwen goes forward. Here's Jay's Love. Sweet Maeve goes in. The last two to load are a couple of long shots in Practical Rachel Until There Was You. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking a bit slowly there was the number 7, Practical Rachel. Not so for She's a Freud, who speeds out to a 2-length lead before they get a 16th of a mile into it. To the outside, here's Lady Arwen. 3 deep is Sweet Maeve. Between fillies is the favorite City Blocks. She's 3 from the front. At the rails, Dolce Veloce. Then Jay's Love. Practical Rachel's at a last. Till There Was You trail. She's a Freud and Lady Arwen a half length apart through a 23-2 opening quarter. Up the inside comes Dolce Veloce, just past Sweet Maeve. City Blocks revving up between rivals. Practical Rachel's 6th, just past Jay's Love. Till There Was You trying to get going from the back. She's 15 from the front. She's a Freud. And Kevin Navarro a comfortable 2-length lead as they come to the quarter pole through a half in 47-1. Off the turn and into the stretch. She's a Freud trying to see it through now, and she takes them to a 3.5-length lead. Here comes City Blocks with dead aim. Lady Arwen's between. Down the center, Practical Rachel has kept on marching forward. 16th pole, it's still She's a Freud and City Blocks and Lady Arwen and Practical Rachel. Flag Falter, that's all. She's a Freud by 2. Then it was City Blocks, Lady Arwen, Practical Rachel rounds out the super in 113 flat. Number 3, She's a Freud was first. It's a photo for second. Number 2, City Blocks was second. 4, Lady Arwen third. 7, Practical Rachel fourth. 3, 2, 4, 7 unofficial here in race 8. Returning to the winner circles, the number 3, She's a Freud. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Freud, out of the Pollard's Vision mare Glory in Motion. A New York bred. She's a Freud's owned by Lamarca Stable. It's a double for trainer Jonathan Buckley and rider Kevin Navarro. And it's official. $2 double 2-3-21.60. $2 exacta 3-2 10.20. 50-cent try 3-2 4-11.20. 10-cent super 3-2 4-7 $12.37. Nobody picked 6 today. 4 out of 6. $64 and a quarter. 4 out of 6. $64 and a quarter. There'll be a pick 6 carryover into the Wednesday card of $1,109. Race number 9 comes up next. The finale offers Win Play Show, Exacta Try, and Superfecta Wagering. Scratch the 2, Trap the Dream, and the 5, Honor Among Men. Race 9, scratch the 2 and 5. Post time for race 9 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. We still got another live card this week. That's tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post. And as she's a Freud able to keep going, and Kevin Navarro gets the victory for John Buckley. Both having a pretty good season, very solid season, as those teams have teamed up for a lot of victories in 2024. Okay, we'll look at the last. It's a 5,000 claimer going 5.5. Exactitry and Super offered in the final race on the card. We scratched the 2, Trap the Dream, the 5, Honor Among Men. Couple of horses that probably played a little bit in this race. Wahil is the most logical contender in here off of a good second last time. It was one of those things where the race completely collapsed, and it was the deep, deep closer, anything passable, that was able to pick up the pieces in that race. But this horse has done very little wrong, was claimed for 5, dominated the last time he was in for 5,000. So stays at the bottom level and is a logical contender in today's last race. The 4, Invaluable Will, is a little more at the mercy of the pace, as he is a late runner. And I think it helps him moving in a little bit, as he's, especially last race, he was caught wide from an outside post. Today he moves in a little bit and should be able to work out a little better trip. And is one of those horses that doesn't mind an off track, doesn't really step up on it either, but shouldn't mind a little off going. It's all a matter of being at the mercy of the pace. And there doesn't seem to be as much pace in here with a scratch of Honor Among Men. And that scratch really benefits Stone Guitar. Stone Guitar figures to be the inside speed, going 5.5 furlongs. And that can be a factor here because Stone Guitar has gotten brave in the past. Last race wasn't good for Stone Guitar, but we've seen this horse run big races in the past when he's been able to get the lead. And from that inside position, with a scratch of Honor Among Men, he should have the lead as far as he goes in race number 9. So pretty good long shot chance to where the racetrack wasn't like yesterday. Macho Maya is another one that doesn't mind an off track. At least to be in the top 3, he's got a shot. Is not a horse that wins a lot. He's got more seconds than first. But at the 5,000 level, he's got to be considered. He's kind of compromised at the start last time when dropped to 5,000. He's only had a couple starts this year, so he's got the most room to improve off of that. He's another long shot to consider in the last race because he could improve off of that effort, especially with a better start. He's a big price in here at odds of 12-1. It is kind of a scramble, though, here in the last race. Good chance to get some value if you can hit the try or super. Exacta and try and super is offered in race number 9. You got about 7 minutes to post. Again, a couple big scratches. The 2, Trap the Dream, and the 5, Honor Among Men.
field for race 9 is coming out onto the track. Folks, pick 6 carryover tomorrow. Past performances for Wednesday are posted at fingerlakesgaming.com. Here's the field for the finale. The 1 is Stone Guitar. Jeremiah Flores looks for a riding double. Scratch the 2, Trap the Dream. The 3 is Holy Cowboy with Heeman Harkey. The 4 is Invaluable Will with Joel Cruz. Scratch the 5, Honor Among Men. The 6 is Macho Maya with Jose Baez. The 7 is that's the 8, Devious Mo with Emmanuel De Diego. The 9 is Wahil. Okay, Rakoa looks for 2 on the day. The 10 is Smoking Alone with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 11 is Golden Them Hills with Nazario Alvarado. And on the clubhouse turn is the 7, Holy Matrimony with Michael Davila Jr. Wahil looked home Jerome on September 16th, but anything passable flew, swooped the group, and got up in the nick of time. Half-length defeat for Wahil, dropping in for this level for the first time. The last time he had run for a nickel before that was in a beaten race, and he galloped home. He just makes a lot of sense in here. It's a terrible price, but you know what they say, better a short price than a long face. Boom, I'm here tomorrow, too. 4, Invaluable Will. He had a wide trip. I thought he had a wide trip 2 back. He was wide last time in the Wahil race. And it's funny because I don't think you mind being wide today. That's a crazy price. Okay, well, now he's 8-1. He'll probably be 5-1 or so. He needs some pace, but his likes have been able to win today. He's been able to make up some ground and come from off the pace. You got Stone Guitar, you got Golden Them Hills, you got Smoking Alone. There's enough speed in here, even if it's not the most trustworthy speed. There's enough speed in here where they're supposed to hit up front, and maybe that sets it up for Invaluable Will. Him and Wahil are kind of the same horse. The difference is one's 8-1 and one's 3-5. 3-4, 3-5, whatever he's going to go off. In the win pool, you're looking at Invaluable Will, but, when I try to bail out for the day, I'm looking at tries and supers, and I would be keying off Wahil and using a little Invaluable Will as a saver. And then finally, Golden Them Hills. He ran against much, much better last time. He vied for the lead. He tired. He ran last, but he only got beat 6 lengths and change. And, he's another one. He ran for the nickel 2 back. He caught a sloppy track. There's moisture in this track now. He went wire to wire. He won pretty easily, too. I don't know how much of a gauge that is. Nazario Alvarado is going to ride as De Diego goes to Devious Mo, which I think is a curious move considering how many horses he rides for Ralphie D. So maybe you want to give Devious Mo a little look with De Diego landing there. He's ridden him before and he's won on him before numerous times. So maybe you want to keep an eye on that as well. If I were to put a 4th horse up, it would be him. And there you go. Thanks, guys and gals. 9-4-11 with a little 8. PPs for tomorrow are up. There's $1,100 pick 6 carryover. 8 race card to wrap the week tomorrow. Post time, as always, is 1 p.m. We'll see you then. Coach times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the finale has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Stone Guitar, the first to load. Here's Holy Cowboy. Invaluable Will is next. Macho Maya goes forward. Holy Matrimony's next. Here's Devious Mo. Odds-on favorite Wahil. Smoking Alone goes in. The last to load will be Gold in Them Hills. They're in the gate. And they're off. Smoking Alone, Gold in Them Hills, and there's Stone Guitar from the rail. These three speed off. They already have a length on Holy Cowboy, who's in fourth. Then we come back to Holy Matrimony, who's just inside of Devious Mo. At the rail is Macho Maya. The favorite Wahil has already 8 lengths to make up, and Invaluable Will's at the tail end of the field. Gold in Them Hills spurts away to a 3-length lead and takes them through an opening quarter in a sharp 22-3. Stone Guitar moved past Smoking Alone. On the far outside is Devious Mo. In between horses, Holy Matrimony. Room at the rail for Holy Cowboy. Wahil better go from there. He's got about 12 to make up and less than a quarter of a mile to do it. Then the duo of Invaluable Will and Macho Maya off the turn and into the stretch. Gold in Them Hills and Nazario Alvarado have built a 5-length lead through a half in 46-1. They're coming from the back, though. Gold in Them Hills. Here comes Wahil with a full head of steam, and Invaluable Will. Close to home is Gold in Them Hills. Wahil making up ground, but it's too late. Not enough. Gold in Them Hills. Wire to wire in the finale. Then it was an oncoming Wahil, tight for third between Invaluable Will and Devious Mo. Final time was 105-4. Number 11, Golden M Hills was first. 9, Waheel second. Tight for third. It's a photo. Hold all tickets. Four, Invaluable Will third. 8, Devious Mo was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the 11, Golden M Hills. He's a 4-year-old gelding, a son of Central Banker out of the Touch Gold mare Holy Gold. A New York bred. Golden M Hills is owned by Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England, trained by Ralphie D. Ralph D'Alessandro, winning rider Nazario Alvarado. $2 double 311 3180. $2 exactor 11.9 1680. 50-cent try 11.94, a nickel shy of $10. 10-cent super 11.9 48 $8.85. 50-cent pick 3 2311 $21.12. 50-cent pick 4 72311 69.37. And the 50-cent pick 5 6 7 2 3 11 $245.75. That wraps up the live racing portion of the action here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for this Tuesday. The casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes tomorrow, an 8-race card that kicks off at 1 p.m. Past performances for tomorrow's card that features a pick 6 carryover of $1,109 are up at fingerlakesgaming.com. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. We'll see you tomorrow at 1. Please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.